Chapter 124. Suddenly, one of them shouted, He's coming out! He's coming out! Immediately, chaos ensued. One of the mill wheel masters shouted, Motherf Asterisker, calm down! Line up, line up! Get into battle formation. Motherf Asterisker, don't mess up! He's just one person. Even if we pile on him, he'll die. Among the 80 practitioners, the highest was a mill wheel master, and the lowest was 100 Lewin master. Following the shouts of the mill wheel master, they gradually calmed down. Luckily, Lei Xingfeng's speed wasn't fast enough for them to line up and get into battle formation. When Lei Xingfeng saw such a large group of people at the entrance of the town, he slowed down. He didn't dare to rush in too quickly as he was afraid of scaring them away. If that happened, chasing after them would be a headache. Therefore, he held his spear and walked forward step by step. The mill wheel master shouted, Get ready! Motherf Asterisker, get your shit together. He's just one person. Even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, he won't be able to kill so many of us in one go. Lei Xingfeng found it funny. He glanced at them and roughly knew their strength. The highest was just a mill wheel master, which didn't pose any threat to him. At his level, practitioners below sage level, just relying on numbers, were no longer a threat to him. This was because no matter how many people they had, they wouldn't be able to break through his defense. When Lei Xingfeng neared the opponent's formation, the mill wheel master shouted, Attack! Countless flames, countless golden and silver rays shot out. They were all using skills. Everyone pushed their Lunli to the limit and used their strongest attack in an attempt to kill the opponent in one hit. Unfortunately, no matter how many of these attacks there were, the level was too low. A layer of lightning appeared on Lei Xingfeng's body. He continued to walk forward step by step, but the spear in his hand was already raised. At the same time, he revealed a smile and said, It's useless. Amidst the chaos, Lei Xingfeng's voice could be heard clearly. Lei Xingfeng was drowned in all kinds of skills. However, before they could cheer, Lei Xingfeng's words rang out. Even the sound of explosions couldn't block them. Immediately, the mill wheel master's face turned ashen. He immediately understood that Lei Xingfeng was definitely a true human rank expert. Only a true human rank expert could be so calm and nonchalant. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed, and a thunderbolt shot out from Lei Xingfeng's hands. This was the first time he used this technique against an enemy after becoming a great, true Luanine master. An electric current as thick as a water bucket shot out. When it touched the neat formation, it suddenly spread out. In an instant, more than 80 people, without exception, began to tremble violently. Their bodies emitted wisps of green smoke. When Lei Xingfeng raised his spear and prepared to fight, he discovered that this electric current had actually killed more than 80 people in an instant. Every one of them was like charcoal. This power was completely out of his expectations. It seemed to be a bit too strong. Lei Xingfeng was stunned for a moment. He finally understood. Once one reached the true human rank, especially after reaching the 4th true ring master level, every movement would have great power. It was no wonder that when Qi Meiyun and Yinyao fought, it directly affected the people below and killed more than 10,000 people. It wasn't intentional, it was just an accident. Slightly shaking his head, Lei Xingfeng didn't regret it. He shook his spear and waved it in his hand. Immediately, a gust of wind followed the movement of the spear. With a loud bang, the charred corpses on the ground were crushed into powder. When that gust of wind passed, only a few scorched marks were left on the ground. The electric current just now had actually turned those people's bones into ashes. If it wasn't for that gust of wind, then the charred corpses would still be there, but anything that touched them would turn into ashes. Lei Xingfeng flicked his wrist, and the spear suddenly disappeared. He turned and left. Arriving at the pier, Lei Xingfeng asked, "How is it? Are they still fighting on the other side?" Tanda said, "They're still fighting. Those large ships have already dispersed. There's only one that came here." Lei Xingfeng said, "Are they here to seal off this part of the river?" Tanda said, "It looks like it. They're coming to our pier." Lei Xingfeng stared at the top of the river. Sure enough, there was a large ship riding the wind and breaking the waves. This ship was quite large, much larger than the one Lei Xingfeng had seen in Huishiko town. If it wasn't for a force with great financial resources, it shouldn't be able to get such a large ship. He said, "They're going to destroy this pier." Wu Zhen said, "Let's retreat." Lei Xingfeng didn't refuse this time. He didn't know the strength of his opponent, and he didn't want to fight inexplicably. Just as he nodded, a fireball suddenly rose from the ruins of the town. It rose into the air and exploded like fireworks. It could be seen from afar. Tanda couldn't help but curse. "Bastard, there's still a bastard alive." He turned and rushed to the location where the signal had been sent. In less than a minute, Tanda came back and said, "Killed, now we can't leave." Many people on the ship rushed to the bow and pointed at the pier. Lei Xingfeng nodded. "If we can't leave, then we can't leave. Since God wants us to stay, then let's stay." Wu Zhen smiled bitterly. "Damn, this idiot doesn't know that after we leave, can he still save his life?" Tanda said, "Well, our luck is really bad. Even a person can get involved in such an unlucky thing. Alas, it's all my fault. If I hadn't thought of Lu Gao, this wouldn't have happened." Xian Feng shook his head. "So be it, there's nothing to be proud of." The ordinary people on the boat were terrified. Lei Xingfeng said, "Don't hide on the boat. Quickly go ashore and escape from the town. No one in the town will kill you." Wu Zhen also shouted, "Run for your life. If you stay in the river and wait for the big boat, you'll be finished. Run quickly." The people on the boat hesitated for a moment, but they immediately understood that Lei Xingfeng was right. If they didn't run, and the big boat came, once a fight broke out, it would be difficult for them to escape. Immediately, the people on the boat ran ashore and ran out of the town in groups. There were also a few people who didn't want to leave the boat, so they rowed it forward. Lei Xingfeng shook his head slightly. He knew that the most dangerous place was the river. With the speed of the big boat and the strength of the oars, the speed of the small boat was like a turtle's crawl. However, he didn't say anything. It was their own choice. The reason he reminded them was because he had some compassion left over from his previous life. He didn't want to see people who couldn't fight back get killed. Soon, the pier was empty. The remaining boats were all empty boats with no one on board. The three of them stood on the platform. They knew that even if they ran, it would be useless. The other party had the advantage in numbers and would definitely chase after them. However, the three of them weren't afraid. At worst, they would just fight. The only way to solve problems between cultivators was violence. It was rare for them to be calm and peaceful. They would always rely on their own tyrannical strength to try and suppress the other party. As long as the strength of both parties was equal, the solution was mostly violence. Unless one party had an overwhelming advantage, the other party would either have to run, submit, or be killed. There was no fourth option. If both parties were equal in strength, then the killing could last for years or even hundreds of years. The relationship between cultivators was very cruel. This was also one of the reasons why many cultivators would hide in the countryside and become rich. Many ordinary cultivators, after seeing the cruel killing, would hide in the remote countryside. This was also the reason why the culture of cultivation spread. Lei Xingfeng had already begun to understand the cruelty of this world. This time's massacre, as well as the battle between the two senior sisters, had affected tens of thousands of people. It was clear that an ordinary person was nothing in this world. He secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he could cultivate and had a good aptitude. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know how to live in this world. It was too damn scary. About 5 minutes later, the big boat was approaching the pier. Wu Jin couldn't help but say, "Wow, this boat is so big." On the bow of the boat stood a large number of cultivators. Each of them held a weapon and stared at the three people on the pier. The two parties were about 100 meters apart. Lei Xingfeng could clearly see the appearance of the enemies. They were all low-level cultivators. The highest level cultivator was only a mill wheelmaster. He didn't even see a real person. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. No real people. After the battle just now, he already understood that normal low-level cultivators had no resistance against his attacks. He wasn't interested in this kind of killing-style battle. If he wanted to kill, he would kill opponents who were on the same level as him. Only then would it be helpful for his growth. Lei Xingfeng thought to himself. He felt that he was starting to become a little abnormal, perhaps because of the influence of this world. Especially after cultivating Lightning Lunli, he often couldn't control his violent temper. He didn't know whether it was good or bad. However, he once heard Elder Thunderstorm say that if a cultivator of Lightning Lunli could control his emotions, he would be able to improve better. Therefore, he tried his best to control his emotions. This was something that Lei Xingfeng did very well. Due to the influence of his personality from his previous life, this helped him to control his violent emotions from time to time. He would always gradually calm down when he was fighting and not continue to go berserk. Just like this time, when he saw the cultivators killing normal people, his eyes were red at the beginning. However, as he killed, he gradually calmed down and didn't continue to go berserk. He had a kind of fear that his violent emotions would destroy him. At this time, he was controlling his emotions. Lei Xingfeng said, "Tanda, if there are no true masters, I'll leave this ship to you. If there are true masters, leave them to me. Oh, right, Wu Jin, you just watch. You don't have to fight." Wu Jin nodded. Yes. He was only 1,000 Luan master. If he joined the battle, he would probably die more than live, so there was no need for him to join. Tanda was a little troubled because there were too many people on the ship. There were at least 100 people on the ship's bow, and who knew how many people were in the ship's hold? However, since Lei Xingfeng had given him the task, he couldn't not carry it out. This kind of killing was really annoying to him. He didn't like killing, but at this point, even if he didn't kill, others would kill him. Therefore, he nodded. All right, leave it to me. The three of them waited for the ship to come closer. The people on the ship had already sensed that something was wrong. The people who had arrived at the small town earlier were all gone. The entire small town was on fire, and black smoke rose into the sky. Crackling sounds of explosions could be heard, and from time to time, there were sounds of houses collapsing. Then, the three of them stood on the dock, looking very strange. Chapter 125. The sounds of killing were still on the island, but the dock was eerily quiet. Everyone on the ship felt a chill run down their spines. Someone immediately rushed into the cabin to report. When the ship was about 50 meters away from the dock, a burly man wearing a black mask appeared on the bow. Lei Xingfeng straightened his back and said, "Leave this person to me." Tanda said, "This person? That guy with the black mask?" Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "If I'm not wrong, this is a true mill wheel master with 2 true ring bodies. Hee, I finally have a decent opponent." He was quite interested in enlightened master-level experts, especially those who were weaker than him, but not much weaker. They were his favorite opponents to fight. The burly man stared at the 3 people on the dock and said, Not bad, don't worry. It's just a true mill-wheel master. Leave it to me. He couldn't see through Lei Xingfeng's strength, but he could see that Tanda was one level lower than him. With one true ring body, Tanda was a true mill-wheel master, and he was a true mill-wheel master. He was confident that he could kill Tanda with a difference of one level, even if Tanda's attributes countered his. He was confident that he could win. At the very least, he was in an undefeatable position. When the ship was about 10 meters away from the dock, the burly man wearing the black mask shouted, "Follow me!" He jumped up from the bow of the ship, and a strange weapon suddenly appeared in his hand. It was a stick-shaped weapon that was only a foot long and as thick as a duck egg. It was red in color, and it was unknown what kind of weapon it was. With one foot on the dock, the burly man pounced towards Tanda and shouted, "Kill!" Lei Xingfeng was like a ghost blocking in front of Tanda. The burly man wearing the black mask shouted, and the weapon in his hand suddenly spat out a stream of fire. That thing looked like a flamethrower that Lei Xingfeng had seen in his previous life. The stream of fire rushed over like a stream of water. In an instant, a layer of lightning suddenly expanded from Lei Xingfeng's body, forming an oval-shaped protective shield. Tanda was very quick-witted. He grabbed Wu Zhen and frantically retreated. Of course, he knew the full power of a Taoist master. The eruption of the flame was extremely short, less than 2 seconds. The next scene made the black-masked man aghast. With his experience, as long as someone's level was lower than his, it was almost impossible to resist such a flame. However, the young man in front of him had a layer of lightning on his body, blocking this attack. His relaxed expression immediately made him understand that this young man's strength was extremely strong. As the burly man pounced towards the dock, the big ship was only a few meters away from the dock. The cultivators on the bow of the ship jumped onto the dock like a tide. Lei Xingfeng deliberately took the attack. He wanted to test his defensive ability. This was very important. Only by familiarizing himself with his own abilities could he fight better, especially when fighting against people of lower levels than him. Even if he made a mistake, he would not be hurt. With just one attack, he understood that he was indeed much stronger than his opponent. When the rainproof shield expanded, the stream of fire only gave him a scorching feeling, but it could not hurt his body. It was completely blocked by the rainproof shield. The black-masked man was alarmed. This blow made him realize that his opponent was much stronger. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to retreat. This action was almost subconscious. He didn't think about it at all. His body had already retreated. Lei Xingfeng suddenly grinned. He raised his hand and shot out a ball of lightning. A silver light flew out and suddenly expanded into a ball of lightning the size of a pig's head, flying towards the black-masked man. The black-masked man reacted quickly. Without hesitation, he reached out his hand and grabbed at the air. A cultivator, who was less than 2 meters away from him, was dragged in front of him. Then he lifted his foot and kicked out. The cultivator screamed and flew away. The ball of lightning hit, but it did not hit the black-masked man. Instead, it hit the low-level cultivator, who was kicked out. In an instant, that cultivator turned into a pile of ashes and drifted down. Suddenly, there was a burst of terrified screams. The black-masked large fellow miserably screamed. Even though there was a person in front of him, they were still too close. That trace of thunder had still affected him. Just that trace of thunder had burned his arm to the bone. He howled in pain, his heart filled with horror. He was sure that this youth in front of him was at least a level higher than him. How was this possible? With this attack, the black-masked man immediately decided to escape. He concluded that if they exchanged a few more moves, even if he did not die, he would lose half his life. Therefore, He turned around and ran without hesitation. Lei Xingfeng chuckled and said, "Escape? Where do you think you can escape to?" With a slight sway of his body, he instantly moved more than 10 meters away. When he passed by those low-level cultivators, traces of lightning spread out, instantly killing dozens of people. Although these people didn't die, they were still trembling from the lightning and had no strength left in their bodies. This was to reduce Tanda's burden. Although Tanda was a true human expert, facing so many low-level cultivators, he would still be flustered, not to mention that he still had to protect Wu Zhan. In an instant, a group of cultivators had been taken down. Lei Xingfeng had already chased after the black-masked man. The black-masked man crazily ran along the river. He was cursing madly in his heart. He did not expect that an originally easy mission would cause him to meet two true masters. One of them was even a rare lightning-attributed true master. This was too much of a scam. Lei Xingfeng flipped his hand, and a black bow appeared in his hand. Chasing people was very tiring, so he might as well use the black bow. It was simple and convenient. Even if he couldn't kill the black-masked man, he would still be flustered. The black-masked man ran madly. He knew that he could not hesitate. Once he was caught by the opponent, he did not know if he had the ability to escape. Bang! An arrow went straight for the back of the black-masked man's head. The black-masked man did not even try to block it. He only tilted his head, and the arrow brushed past his ear. Lei Xingfeng could not help but curse. Did this guy have eyes on the back of his head? Lei Xingfeng was immediately enraged. In an instant, the sound of arrows being shot rang out. In one breath, he shot out 7 arrows. The black-masked man kept swinging the weapon in his hand. Balls of scarlet flames flew out and went towards the steel arrows behind him. No more, no less, 7 balls of flame wrapped around the 7 arrows, instantly turning them into molten steel. In such a short time, this fellow had already run a few hundred meters away, angering Xian Feng to the point that he kept his black bow and chased after him. "Bastard! You motherfucker! Stop right there!" Lei Xingfeng could not help but curse. The black-masked man did not reply. He continued to run madly. According to his thoughts, if I talk to you now, do you think I'm an idiot? Run! Run for your life! His only thought was to get as far away from this terrifying young man as possible. Lei Xingfeng laughed coldly and said, "If I let you get away, I don't want to live anymore." Hearing this, the black-masked man broke out in cold sweat. He madly circulated his lunli and increased his speed. Then he heard a thunderous sound. Lei Xingfeng's body flashed with lightning. In his anger, he suddenly used a skill that he was not very familiar with. That was a skill that relied on the characteristics of lightning. It was a skill that was close to teleportation. With a thunderous sound, his body appeared 100 meters away. The black-masked man suddenly heard someone curse behind him. "Motherfucker, what a scam!" Lei Xingfeng originally thought that one move would be enough to catch up to that person, who knew that when he was only 100 meters away, he would use another move. With another thunderous sound, Lei Xingfeng cursed again, "Motherfucker!" again. The black-masked man was about to piss himself. Every time he heard Xian Feng's curses, he felt that Xian Feng was much closer. The distance of a few hundred meters had been reduced by at least half after hearing Xian Feng's curses. What kind of method was this? How could it be so scary? Lei Xingfeng chased after him with lightning speed 3 times, but he was not very familiar with this skill. The distance between each move was only 100 to 200 meters. It was not that this kind of teleportation-like skill was not good, but every time he moved, he had to pause for a moment. In just a breath's time, the opponent would use this opportunity to escape again and increase the distance between them by a few dozen meters. This made Lei Xingfeng go crazy. Actually, Lei Xingfeng was confused. With his strength, he did not need to use this kind of skill. As long as he chased after him, that guy would not be able to escape. The black-masked man's heart was beating violently. He had a feeling that if he stopped, he would immediately die. This kind of crazy stimulation made his speed increase again and again. It was like a normal person with a man-eating tiger behind him. He would be able to reach a speed that he would not be able to reach. Not to mention a sage who had condensed a true body. Once his potential was stimulated, his speed was unimaginable. Gradually, Lei Xingfeng became more familiar with this skill. With a thunderous sound, his figure appeared. Immediately after, another thunderous sound followed. In an instant, he crossed a few hundred meters and appeared a few dozen meters behind the black-masked man. The black-masked man wanted to cry. "I only hit you once, and you kept chasing me. I lost a lot of money doing business. How could this person be so despicable?" He kept running, but this time, running was not enough to shake off Lei Xingfeng. With another thunderous sound, he heard his opponent shout, F***CK. "I went too far." That terrifying voice sounded in front of him, scaring the black-masked man into turning around. Splash! Lei Xingfeng turned around and saw that the black-masked man had already jumped into the water. He was wondering why this guy didn't jump into the water earlier, but instead ran into the water now. He followed him to the edge of the water. The black-masked man's head popped out of the water. He looked at Lei Xingfeng on the shore with a lingering fear. He secretly rejoiced that he had finally gotten rid of this guy. Then, he secretly cursed himself for not jumping into the water earlier. Being chased like a stray dog was 2F***king miserable. He suddenly saw Lei Xingfeng reveal a mocking smile and was immediately shocked. Only then did he realize that he was not far from the shore. If Lei Xingfeng attacked him in the water, he would be at a disadvantage. He dove into the water and thought, "What can you do if I swim in the water?" Lei Xingfeng smiled and squatted down. In his previous life, he had played a fishing game called Electric Fish. Every hit would cause a large number of fish to float up. Of course, he had only played it once or twice. That game was too sinister. No matter the size of the fish or shrimp, they were all finished. Chapter 126. Lei Xingfeng giggled as he dipped his arm into the water. Suddenly, a strong electric current shot out. He discovered that this electric current was countless times stronger than the electric current he used to play with in his previous life. In the blink of an eye, with his arm as the base, a semicircle with a radius of about 150 meters appeared on the surface of the river. The surface of the river was filled with electric arcs jumping about. Lei Xingfeng only retracted his arm after 3 short bursts of electric current. He felt that this level of electric current was enough to break through the black-masked man's defense. The black-masked man suddenly rushed out from the bottom of the river. His defensive barrier had been penetrated by Lei Xingfeng's electric current, causing his entire body to tremble. There was no way he could withstand 3 electric current attacks. The difference between the two was too great. With his level, although he could survive, he was already half dead. If he continued to stay in the water, he would be courting death. Xian Feng was startled. He didn't expect this fellow to still be alive and kicking. He thought that 3 electric shocks would be enough to knock this fellow down. He should have floated up, but he didn't expect him to jump out of the water and instantly leave the surface. Interesting. Again. Lei Xingfeng dipped his arm into the water again. In fact, he was also confused. The black-masked man was an excellent target when he jumped out of the water. However, he habitually dipped his arm into the water. A strong electric current was released and quickly spread along the surface of the water. When the electric current reached the black masked man's body, countless electric currents jumped up from the water and crazily attacked upwards. In an instant, a frightening silver flower appeared. Ah, 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 ah. The black masked man's voice was extremely good. It was extremely penetrating, like a super tenor. His voice trembled from the bass to the high notes. It was simply wonderful. With a loud bang, the high notes came to an abrupt end. Lei Xingfeng suddenly jumped out and stepped on the surface of the water. The force was enough to lift Lei Xingfeng's body. In 2 steps, he arrived beside the black-masked man. This guy had been knocked unconscious by the powerful electric current and had already fallen into the river. Lei Xingfeng grabbed him and threw him to the shore. Then, his body seemed to be pulled by a steel cable. In a flash, he was already on the shore. The black-masked man was like a dead dog. His entire body was covered with burn marks. Lei Xingfeng bent down and took off the black mask. This was an old man with a white beard and a face full of wrinkles. Of course, with Lei Xingfeng's knowledge, he had never seen this person before. Although this man had an old face, he had the body of a robust man. If it wasn't for the mask covering his face, the boat on the river had already left the shore. Apart from the black-masked man, everyone else on the shore had been killed by Tanda. Even Wu Zhen had killed a few people. These people were not very strong, and with a true human-level expert like Tanda, he had easily defeated them. Xian Feng dragged the black-masked old man and quickly returned to the pier. How was it? There were also many masked captives around Tanda. Most of them were corpses. He said, "I don't know what they're thinking. It's like they've all gone crazy. We can't even hold back. Sai, we should be involved in a vendetta." Wu Zhen didn't dare to say anything. Although he took the opportunity to kill a few people, his level was too low. For a battle of this level, it was better to watch and not talk. Lei Xingfeng said, "We can't not fight. Even if we are involved in a vendetta, it's better than being killed for no reason. He. Since they provoked us, then there's no need to worry. Just kill." Wu Zhen said, "There's no reason to talk. Sai, this is the first time I've seen people like this. They don't even talk when they meet. They just kill. Damn it." Tanda was more knowledgeable. He said, "It's normal. They were preparing to wash this place with blood. We just happened to be involved." Wu Zhen said, "Just now, there were 2 ships in the distance. This ship also responded. I think there will be experts coming." He stared at the ship in the middle of the river. His expression was a bit gloomy. Although there was an expert like Lei Xingfeng, his heart was still beating like a drum. The opponent was very strong. He didn't know how many experts were hiding. He didn't need many. As long as one person could hold off Lei Xingfeng, his life would be in danger. In this world, if he wanted to live in seclusion, he wouldn't have to worry about his safety for the rest of his life. This world was truly too big, and the population was relatively sparse, scattered in various desolate places. There wouldn't be any practitioners that would go there. However, this kind of life was definitely not what Xian Feng wanted. Since he had come to this world and had the talent to cultivate, he would definitely crazily pursue it. This was the same logic as the people of his previous world pursuing a good life, pursuing happiness, and even wealth. One had to pursue something. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng had to explore. The dangers involved were completely different from living in seclusion. One careless mistake, and he would be reduced to ashes. Strength was the foundation of everything. He needed to be strong to be able to explore and pursue what he wanted. This time, coming out to find people was the official start of his adventure. Tanda asked, "Are we going?" Lei Xingfeng laughed bitterly. "We're going to find people, but we're F***king, saving people. If we don't go, what should we do?" "Oh, right. Do you have any similar people? If you do, I'll take you away." He was too lazy to bother. Fighting over a stranger gave him a headache. He came here to find people, not to fight. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party didn't care about killing people, he wouldn't be willing to fight with an unfamiliar power. Tanda laughed bitterly. No similar people. I met him by chance. There are also circles between true masters. I'm just a true master with one true ring. It's impossible for me to have any contact with true masters with 3 or 4 true rings. Even if I wanted to, they might not be willing to accept me. Lei Xingfeng nodded. He also understood this principle. As the saying goes, fish find fish, shrimp find shrimp, and tortoise find tortoise. Only people with similar status would form small groups. This was the so-called circle. In his previous life, there were many such invisible circles. It was the same here. A true master with one true ring would find it difficult to enter the circle of 4 or 5 true ring masters. It wasn't that you didn't have enough connections, but that you didn't have enough qualifications. Wu Zhen said, "Are we still going?" He really didn't want to go. Fighting over a stranger was simply inexplicable. In fact, Lei Xingfeng also didn't want to go. Tanda was the same. However, Tanda couldn't say no. He could only let Lei Xingfeng make the decision. After all, he was the boss. He raised his head and said, "Are we going?" Lei Xingfeng wasn't stupid. He obviously understood what the two were thinking. Without a doubt, they both didn't want to go. He nodded and said, "Let's go." He made up his mind. There were other opportunities to find people. Once they fell into a vendetta, the gains didn't make up for the losses. Wu Zhen looked at the captives on the ground and said, "What about them?" Lei Xingfeng hesitated and said, "Forget it, just leave them here. If the other party appreciates it, then so be it." Tanda said, "What if they don't?" Lei Xingfeng laughed and said, "Then there's no other way. If they still come to harass us, I don't mind killing my way to their house." Tanda and Wu Zhen were obviously relieved. Lei Xingfeng turned around and walked away. After just 3 steps, Tanda's voice was heard. "Sai, it seems like we can't leave." Lei Xingfeng looked back and saw 2 large sailboats coming quickly. The large boat that had escaped to the middle of the river was also getting closer. Of course, they knew how powerful the 3 of them were and didn't dare to get too close. Tanda smiled bitterly and said, "I guess there should be experts on these 2 large boats." Lei Xingfeng knew that if they ran now, they might be able to escape. However, looking at the current situation, even if they ran, these people would catch up and kill them. Then he didn't want to run. His own strength was enough to deal with them. If he ran, he would lose his momentum. He wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Wu Zhen said, "There are people coming from behind." A group of people wearing masks rushed from the street. Lei Xingfeng said, "Damn, they're still here. They even have reinforcements. If we don't kill them this time, we probably won't be able to go back." Then let's kill them." There was a nameless fire in his heart. Every time he wanted to kill, this nameless fire would mysteriously appear, giving him a strong urge to kill. And no matter if it was courage or craziness, it would increase by several times. Tanda said, "Most of them are 1,000 Luan masters, a few mill wheel masters, and the rest are 100 Luan masters. No problem, leave them to me. Wu Zhen, you be careful and protect yourself." He didn't need Wu Zhen to kill, as long as he could stay alive and not drag him down. Wu Zhen nodded and said, "Okay, I'll hide there. When you guys win, I'll come out." His face slightly reddened, but he understood that as long as he didn't drag the 2 experts down, it would be the biggest help. Lei Xingfeng also nodded and said, "Okay, I'll leave the people behind to you. Wu Zhen, you just need to hide well." Wu Zhen turned and ran towards a burnt house. He hid inside. In fact, he knew that if they were still fighting, no one would pay attention to this place. Once Lei Xingfeng and Tanda lost, then he wouldn't be able to escape. As long as they searched a little, he would be discovered. He wouldn't be able to hide at all, so he could only rely on Lei Xingfeng and Tanda to win. Tanda rushed towards the group of people at the end of the street. There were about 20 practitioners, with the highest being a mill wheel master. Against a true master-level expert, there was almost no hope of winning. Of course, a true master with one true ring body had to be careful against such a group of people. If he was careless, he could be injured. Tanda was very clear about this, so after he rushed up, he immediately started killing without mercy. In an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Immediately, the group of people understood. Someone shouted, "That's a true master! It's a true master!" After killing 4 people in a row, the other party lost all their courage. There was no helping it. A true master-level expert killing them was too easy. Especially those 1,000 Luan masters and 100 Luan masters. Wan Luan sure might be able to resist for a while, but the others were all killed in one move. Lei Xingfeng only took a glance and relaxed. These people couldn't be a threat to Tanda. He stared at the 2 ships and quietly waited. Chapter 127. At this time, the black-masked old man woke up. He twisted his body and tried to jump up, but was stepped on by Lei Xingfeng. He screamed, and one of his legs was broken. Then a spear appeared in Lei Xingfeng's hand and pierced one of his arms. At this time, Lei Xingfeng would not be careless. He wanted to make this guy lose his ability to resist. After 2 spears, the black-masked old man lost his ability to resist. One of his legs was broken and both of his arms were pierced. Even if he was a true master, he had lost his ability to fight. He laid on the ground and struggled to raise his head and said, Who are you?" He still didn't know who this guy was. He was unlucky. The order he received was to kill all living things, whether they were humans or animals. Lei Xingfeng sneered and said, "You still know to ask who I am? Why the F***CK? Why didn't you ask when we met?" That person showed a look of despair. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong and said, You took off my mask." Lei Xingfeng was shocked and said, "What are you screaming for? Do you want to die?" That person said in despair, "You kill me." Lei Xingfeng was curious and said, "Why? Because I took off your mask?" That person showed a bitter expression and said, "Kill me. Actually, you're finished too. You're dead." Lei Xingfeng said, "Who are you people? Tell me, since you don't want to live anymore, there's no harm in telling me." He said with a kind face. That person was extremely angry. He obviously heard the ridicule in Lei Xingfeng's voice and said angrily, "I didn't say anything. You're dead." Lei Xingfeng laughed and said, "But you're dead too." That person said, "Even if you don't kill me, I'm still dead. So, I don't care." He showed a sinister smile and said, "Do you want to know who we are? Haha, let me tell you, we are masked men." He thought that Lei Xingfeng would be scared half to death after hearing this. But what made him furious was that Lei Xingfeng didn't have any expression at all, let alone fear. Lei Xingfeng laughed and said, "Why should I be afraid?" He had never heard of the masked man, let alone the sex of the Wanxi continent. How could a person who knew nothing be afraid? The man was so angry that his face turned red. He couldn't help but curse. "Where did you come from? You bastard? You don't know anything. And you dare to kill our people?" A cold glint flashed in Exine Feng's eyes as the spear in his hand pierced through the man's remaining leg. "Who are you calling a bastard?" Woo. The spear didn't just go through the flesh, it went through the bone. The pain made him tremble violently. He cursed in his heart, but didn't dare to say it out loud. He just kept saying, "Stop, stop, woo, ouch, it hurts." Xianfeng knew that even with this degree of injury, if there was someone to treat it, it would only take 10 days for him to recover. There wouldn't be any danger to his life, so he didn't hold back and did as he pleased. Raising his hand to pull out his spear, Xianfeng spoke indifferently. How many people came this time? How many true masters are there? Are there any true masters with more than 4 true ring bodies? The man's face was full of mockery. He said, I'm going to die anyways. You think I'll tell you? Ha ha, cough, cough. Cough, cough. A mouthful of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Lei Xingfeng looked at the approaching ship and showed a trace of impatience. He nodded and said, Oh, you're going to die anyways? I'll make sure you don't die. Don't live. He stabbed again and said, I'm not good at torturing people, so maybe you'll be able to hold on. The sharp spears left holes in the man's body, and most of them went through his bones. The man was drowned in a wave of pain. He wanted to hold on, but the pain wasn't something he could take. He couldn't help but shout, I'll tell you, cough, 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 cough. I'll tell you. He had no choice. If he really couldn't take it, then he might as well die. But he couldn't even kill himself now. Lei Xingfeng said indifferently, I'm listening. Speak. The man said, How many people came this time? I'm not sure. Cough, cough. From what I know, about 1,000 people. There's more? I don't know. True masters, from what I know, there's 6. 6 people, 3 true ring masters, 2 true ring masters, and 1 true ring master. I don't know the rest. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. As for whether or not there's a true master with more than 4 true ring, I don't know. Lei Xingfeng said coldly, You're joking. 6 people, the strongest with 3 true ring bodies. They dare to destroy the home of a true ring master? Is there something wrong with your brain? Or are you talking nonsense? He was also secretly shocked. If there was a true ring master, then it might be possible to destroy the home. The man said, I really don't know. Just kill me. Give me a quick death. Don't torture me. I've told you everything I know. After that, he coughed violently again, and his face gradually turned pale. Lei Xingfeng nodded. Okay, then I'll give you a quick death. The spear pierced through the man's heart. Seeing the man's relieved expression, Lei Xingfeng felt a trace of fear towards this masker's organization. Tanda came back and said, It's done. What about the captives? Lei Xingfeng said, Kill them. Once they're rescued, they'll immediately attack us. Tanda nodded. He flipped his wrist, and a meter-long knife appeared. He quickly killed the captives on the ground and said, They're coming. The 2 ships gradually moved closer. A group of people stood at the bow of each ship. Lei Xingfeng narrowed his eyes and stared at the bow. After a few breaths, he had an idea. He said, 1 with 3 true ring, 1 with 2 true ring. The others are all ordinary cultivators. Tanda, take Wu Zhen and retreat. I'll try to kill one of them as soon as possible. Otherwise, if I get entangled by one, the other will come for you. Tanda was shocked. He couldn't block the attack of a true ring master. He said, Okay, Wu Zhen, come here. Wu Zhen had already come out after Tan to kill the group of people. He ran to Tanda and said, There are too many people. What should I do? Lei Xingfeng said, Just follow Tanda. He'll protect you. He was a bit regretful. He shouldn't have brought Wu Zhen out. But who would have thought that before they even found the person, they would first see people coming to destroy their home? Even if he wanted to stay out of it, it was impossible. Just thinking about it made him angry. Wu Zhen also knew that he was a burden, but he couldn't leave. He could only brace himself and say, Okay, I'll be careful. Tanda pulled Wu Zhen and ran out of the town. He believed that the 2 true ring masters wouldn't chase after them. With Lei Xingfeng's strength, The two of them had a chance to survive if they worked together. If they split up, they definitely wouldn't survive. Lei Xingfeng blocked the dock, quietly waiting for the other party to disembark. He didn't want to fight on the river. That would be too passive. The two large boats quickly approached the dock. When they were about 10 meters away, the two true ringmasters jumped up and landed on the dock. During this time, Lei Xingfeng retreated 10 meters. He didn't take the opportunity to attack. He was very careful. If the other party had a true ringmaster or higher, he wouldn't even consider fighting. That would be courting death. If there wasn't, then this battle had to be fought. Both of them were wearing masks. One was black, the other was red. The black masked guy was the same as the guy he killed last time. They both had two true ringmasters. The red masked guy had three. Lei Xingfeng understood a little. The color of the mask should be a tool to differentiate strength. The dock was stained with blood and covered with corpses. The two stepped onto the dock and saw the dead old man. Because the old man had a black mask next to him, the two looked at each other with shock in their eyes. The death of a true ringmaster was a big deal in an organization. A true ringmaster with two true ringmasters was definitely the backbone. Once they died, it would be a huge blow to the organization. Any organization would place great importance on true masters, which was why Xianfeng's killing of a true master with two rings was a huge problem. Of course, he didn't care if he was a true master or not. Since you want to kill me, then don't blame me for killing you. The red-masked man said, "You killed him?" His voice was cold and sinister. It was as if he was being stared at by a snake. Lei Xingfeng said, "Who are you?" The red-masked man said, "Who I am isn't important. What's important is you killed him." Lei Xingfeng didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a fire burning in his heart. He said, "He was courting death." "That's right. I killed him. What do you think?" The red-masked man nodded. "Good. Then you can die with him." He tilted his head and said, "Together? Let's kill him together." The black-masked man said, "You're unlucky. You dared to kill our people. Let's kill him together." The two didn't care too much. With the two of them working together, even if the opponent was a true ringmaster, they still had the ability to kill him. However, the two didn't realize that the opponent was taller than them. This was also because Lei Xingfeng purposely hid it. He made people think that he was only a true ringmaster. He wanted to catch the opponent off guard and kill him. Without waiting for the two of them to attack, Xianfeng took the initiative to attack. As the saying goes, the one who strikes first gains the advantage, the one who strikes later loses. Xianfeng was very clear on this point. Even if the opponent was weaker than him, striking first would bring him many benefits. He wouldn't be so stupid as to take a beating. This time, Lei Xingfeng didn't use the steel spear. He knew that it was a powerful weapon against low-level cultivators, but against a true ringmaster, it wasn't very useful. He directly shot out a lightning ball. Moreover, the target was the black-masked man with two true ringmasters. Comparatively speaking, a true ringmaster was easier to kill. In an instant, the red-masked man and the black-masked man's hair stood on end. A huge sense of danger surged in their hearts. The red-masked man yelled, "Careful!" There were a total of 3 lightning balls and a bolt of lightning. The lightning ball was at the back, and the lightning ball was at the front. There were 2 types of attacks that cultivators had the fastest speed. One was light, and the other was lightning. As long as one was targeted by these 2 types of cultivators, almost no one could dodge. They could only forcefully block. Chapter 128. The red mask and black mask didn't have time to dodge. They were too careless and thought that they would be able to suppress the opponent. They didn't expect the opponent to make the first move. Lei Xingfeng's lightning was aimed at the red mask, the third-ringed True Master, while the 3 lightning balls were aimed at the second-ringed True Master. Lightning Ball's attacks were much sharper than lightning. Lei Xingfeng targeted the second-ringed True Master. He couldn't let the 2 of them attack at the same time. The red mask was caught off guard and was hit by the lightning. No wonder he couldn't dodge. Lightning-type cultivators' attacks were very fast. Even if he was fully focused, it would be hard to dodge. A layer of golden light appeared and instantly covered his body. He could only activate his defense and didn't have time to counterattack. With a crackling sound, the red mask was shocked to find that his defense was useless. Before he could react, he was sent flying by the lightning balls. The black mask was pitiful. A total of 3 lightning balls were aimed at him. The first lightning ball directly destroyed Black Mask's defense. The following lightning balls made him shiver like withered grass in the cold wind. The last lightning ball instantly killed him. Lei Xingfeng's 2 consecutive attacks, one to force back a third-ringed True Master, and the other to kill a second-ringed True Master. This was completely out of everyone's expectations. The boat was in an uproar. This was too terrifying. No one dared to ignore the opponent's terrifying strength. The red mask watched as the black mask was burned to ashes. His pupils shrunk, and he said in fear, "Great true Luanine master." He definitely wasn't a match for a 4th-ringed True Master. He didn't think that there would be a 4th-ringed True Master here. Lei Xingfeng didn't show any mercy. After killing 1 person, he immediately pounced on the red mask. The red mask shouted, "I'll kill you." Lei Xingfeng immediately stopped to defend. After the guy shouted, he turned around and ran. He jumped onto the boat in 1 step and continued to run towards the other boat. At the same time, he shouted, "Leave this place! Motherf **, move the boat!" While the people on the first boat were still in a daze, the second boat had already sailed to the other side of the river. Lei Xingfeng laughed bitterly. He didn't expect this guy to be so good at bluffing. He wasn't interested in chasing after him. Standing on the dock, he couldn't help but ask, "What the hell? He actually ran away?" No one dared to provoke Lei Xingfeng anymore. The 3 ships left without hesitation. Lei Xingfeng was not a butcher. Since the other party had retreated, he did not suffer any losses. Of course, he would not chase after them. After all, he did not have any hatred for the maskers. Tanda brought Wu Zhen over. Lei Xingfeng said, "Forget it, Tanda, let's go." Wu Zhen said, "Aren't we going in?" Lei Xingfeng said, "There's no need. Even if we go in, we might not be able to find it. Even if we do find it, we'll have to fight. It's not worth it." He inexplicably provoked some maskers. He was a little depressed. If the opponent wasn't so overbearing and aggressive, he wouldn't have made a move. Tanda understood that this mission was over. They probably wouldn't be able to get anything. He was a little depressed. He said, "All right, let's leave. Damn it." He couldn't help but curse. Lei Xingfeng turned around and walked towards the street. This was the only way to leave the town. The 3 of them walked on the main road, dejectedly. Lei Xingfeng was thinking. He thought that since he couldn't find the person this time, he could only give up. It was meaningless to continue. He was here to find someone, not to kill. After pondering for a long time, he said, "Tanda, are there any sects or organizations around here?" Tanda said, "There aren't any sects or factions around here." Lei Xingfeng said, "Where can we find a bigger sect?" Tanda said, "This isn't a big problem. We can go through the Luan Point and use the ancient Luan Passage. I heard that in the center of the Wanxi continent there are many sections." Lei Xingfeng nodded. "All right, I'll go find it myself this time, and I'll bring you to the Luan Point, and send you back. Then I'll leave." Tanda hesitated and said, "You and I, there's another thing we can discuss." Wu Shun hurriedly said, "I'll go with you. You're all seniors. You need someone to run errands for you. Although I can't do anything big, you can leave some small things to me." He was very humble to be able to be with two true masters. Although there weren't any benefits, there definitely weren't any disadvantages. Lei Xingfeng thought for a while and said, "All right, then let's go together." Tanda and Wu Zhen were overjoyed. Lei Xingfeng knew what the two were thinking. After being with him for a long time, they would naturally become familiar with each other. No matter if it was his previous life or this life, acquaintances and strangers were treated differently. He wouldn't reject this kind of intimacy. This world was also very particular about connections. The three of them quickly arrived at the Lun Point. Through the ancient Lun Passage, the three of them entered the center of the Wanxi continent. The center of the Wanxi continent was basically land. It was only densely covered by a network of rivers and countless small lakes. The Wanxi continent was a land of fish and rice. Especially in the center, there was a large area of fertile land. There were also countless ordinary people, large numbers of cultivators, and various large sections. There were many ancient Lun passages here. The land area was also very large. It was said that it was more than 20 million square kilometers. The population was close to 100 million. It sounded like a lot, but on average, there were only 5 people per square kilometer. Therefore, only a part of the central area was densely populated. Most of the areas were still sparsely populated. Most of the sects were near densely populated areas. Even cultivators needed to eat. They would not engage in productive activities. After a few turns, Lei Xingfeng and the other two arrived at the center of the Wanxi continent, which was also the densely populated area. The so-called densely populated areas were located in the central area of the Wanxi continent. There were only a few dozen places that had the most fertile land and the most mineral resources. The population was relatively concentrated here. Many of these places already had large cities and countless small towns. When Lei Xingfeng set foot on this land, he immediately fell in love with it. The grass was long and the birds were flying. The trees were green. It was similar to Jiangnan in his previous life. It was even better than Jiangnan in his previous life. The sky was bluer, the water was clearer, and the air was fresher and moist. He said, "Good place, good place." In this life, it took him a lot of effort to adapt to the climate in Tiger Cliff Castle. Especially during the cold season, it was simply terrible. It wasn't until he started cultivating that he wasn't afraid of the cold. It wasn't as comfortable as this place. It was also Tanda's first time here. He said, "It is indeed a good place. My previous sect only had a very small piece of land. Even that small piece of land was attacked. The land here is simply boundless. It's a pity we couldn't come back then. Without attaining the fourth true ring body, one would not be able to use the ancient Lun passage and activate the Lun spot, which meant that one would not be able to travel long distances. Furthermore, this world's territory was too large, and just by walking, one would not be able to travel far, especially in dangerous places. When he was in Tiger Cliff Castle, Xianfeng could not move more than 100 kilometers any further, and he would be powerless. In this world, the only sects that could move on a large scale were those with fourth ring true sages. As long as they could activate the Lun spot and use the ancient Lun passage, they could move to a faraway place. Therefore, the mobility in this world was extremely low. The only ones who could move long distances were those with fourth ring true sages. Through migration, they could bring all kinds of items and cultivation to different places. This was also why mobility was so low. The languages and customs of this world were similar. It was obvious that this Lewin spot was frequently used. After getting off the Lewin spot, there were 7 or 8 paths that converged here. Lei Xingfeng chose the biggest path. This path was 10 meters wide and was filled with all kinds of tire tracks and animal tracks. Wu Jin said curiously, This is unbelievable. There are actually so many tracks here. Many of them are new. Didn't they say that only true ring sages can open a Lewin spot? Lei Xingfeng shook his head. I don't know either, Tanda said. There's a group of carriages coming. Lei Xingfeng said, Let's retreat to the side and see how they use the Lewin spot. Very quickly, a group of elite carriages appeared in front of Lei Xingfeng. It was a large carriage pulled by a dozen oxen. Its speed was not slow at all. Very quickly, it passed the path that the 3 of them were standing on and quickly arrived at the Lewin spot before stopping. Lei Xingfeng realized that the oxen here were completely different from those in his hometown. The carriage was also very strange. The oxen here actually had fish scales on their bodies and only had 1 horn on their heads. Tanda saw that Lei Xingfeng was staring at the oxen pulling the carriage and knew that he had never seen it before. Tanda laughed. That's a scaled water buffalo, also known as a single-horn water buffalo. It can pull a large carriage through water. It's the most common animal here. Lei Xingfeng nodded. There were many strange animals in this world. He had already learned to treat them calmly and would definitely not make a fuss about it. The carriage pulled by the single-horn water buffalo was also very special. It was a boat shape, but had 2 huge wheels. It was also used in this place where the river network was densely packed. A person jumped down from the carriage and arrived near the Lewin spot. With a flip of his hand, 2 crystal-like objects appeared. He then inserted them into the ground and infused his lunli. A ray of light flashed and quickly formed an arched door made of light. Lei Xingfeng suddenly remembered the records of the star python record. He immediately understood. He had seen the records before, but he did not pay attention to it and neglected it. In places densely packed with ancient Lewin passageways, there were special passageways for goods. Even ordinary people could use them. However, to open the passageways, one still needed to be a practitioner. At the very least, one needed to be a mill wheel master. This type of passageway was also limited to a specific location, and the distance would not exceed 800 kilometers. The crystals used were the same as Lewin rings. Lewin rings could also be opened with Lewin rings. Of course, Lewin rings were more precious. Lei Xingfeng could also condense these crystals himself. They watched as the carriages pulled by the single-horn water buffalo entered the arched door one after another and disappeared in an instant. This was also the first time Tanda and Wu Jin saw this. They stood there with their mouths agape. After a while, Tanda said, This is too convenient. We don't have this back home. Chapter 129. Lei Xingfeng said, The place we are at is too remote. Only a few ancient Lewin passages can be used there. They can't open this kind of commercial passage. I can be sure that in ancient times, Wanxi continent was very developed. Tanda nodded and said, Our caravans all use boats, and their range of activity is very small. At most, it's a few hundred kilometers. It's not as convenient as here. Lei Xingfeng knew the benefits of convenient transportation in his previous life. He said, Okay, let's go. Sigh, I was stunned just now. I should have asked them. Tanda said, There's no need. Let's go from where they came from. Kiki, I believe it should be a densely populated area. Even if there isn't a big city, there should be a town. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, Okay, let's walk there. They could only walk. Although this was the place where the Lewin spot was opened, it was quite deserted. Even if it was a caravan, not all caravans could use the Lewin spot. Only those big companies could use the Lewin spot to sell goods through the ancient Lewin Passage. The three of them walked along the main road that the caravan came from. After about half a day, the three of them saw some farmland by the side of the road. It was scattered and did not form into a large field. Most of it was paddy fields. As Lei Xingfeng expected, it was all rice. The farmland here was fenced off. There were probably too many wild animals at this time. If it was not blocked, it would affect the harvest. In the distance, a small village could be seen hidden in the forest. Wisps of smoke could be seen rising into the air. Along the way, Xianfeng was full of praises. It was definitely a painting. The scenery was too beautiful to be taken in all at once. There were very few people along the way. Often, after walking for about 10 minutes, they could see ordinary people busying themselves in the fields. The number of people was very small, only 2 or 3. Although this was a densely populated area, compared to Lei Xingfeng's previous life, there were still too few people here. Gradually, the surface of the road improved significantly. Using gravel to make the road solid was at least easier to walk on than mud. The number of people on the road also increased. Most of them were farmers carrying baskets and carrying baskets. They were walking in the same direction as Lei Xingfeng and company. Lei Xingfeng also noticed that most of the baskets and baskets were filled with agricultural products. These people were probably heading to town to sell their local products. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "There's definitely a town up ahead. If we're lucky, there might even be a city." Because of the low trees, Tan laughed heartily. These roofs were like small boats floating on green waves. With so many people carrying their things, it would be said excitedly if there wasn't a town up ahead. Tanda shook his head as they followed the road and turned into a forest. Big city. They saw dark roofs. He was slightly more knowledgeable than Wu Zhen and had heard of some descriptions of big cities. But from the looks of it, these houses were not enough to prove that this was a big city. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "This is a town, so it can't be too big. At most, it's 2 to 3 streets." In his opinion, a small town would only have 1 street, a medium-sized town would have 2 to 3 streets, and a big town would have about 5 to 6 streets. At most, it would not exceed 10 streets. Meanwhile, a small city would have at least 10 streets. As for a big city, it would not be able to create the atmosphere of a big city without at least 100 streets. Wu Zhen exclaimed, "This is only a town." Then, how big would a big city be? Tanda said, "You'll definitely be able to see a big city on this trip." These two fellows were typical country bumpkins who had not seen much of the world. In the remote water villages of the Wanxi continent, a gathering point on the water would have at most 1,000 people. Both of them were shocked to see such a big town. According to Lei Xingfeng's estimation, this town would not exceed 20,000 people at most. In his opinion, this was just a very ordinary small town. The people in this world all dressed similarly. According to Lei Xingfeng, it was just to keep one's body warm. Of course, cultivators were an exception. The most precious material for clothing was silk. The silk here was different from the silk of his hometown in his previous life. The silk here was richer in color, and other than silkworms, there was also a type of spider silk. This type of spider silk was stronger and brighter in color. Of course, it was also less produced. As for ordinary people, very few of them could wear silk. The price was not something ordinary people could afford. Ordinary people mostly wore linen or cloth clothes. There was also a type of clothes made from tree bark. Therefore, the colors were mostly gray, black, or dark blue. Therefore, as long as they saw people wearing colorful clothes on the streets, they were almost all cultivators. It was very easy to tell them apart. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng and the other two stood out when they entered the small town. This was because they were wearing silk clothes. Almost all of the ordinary people who saw the three of them had an extremely respectful expression. They even lowered their heads and retreated, not daring to get close. Lei Xingfeng laughed and said, "We're like wild beasts entering the city. Ha ha, they're all avoiding us." Wu Shun was a little puzzled. "They're afraid of us." In the water town, although ordinary people were also very respectful towards cultivators, but because there were too few of them, they were very familiar with each other. There was no problem in communicating, and there was almost no barrier. But here, there seemed to be an invisible barrier that separated ordinary people and cultivators. Lei Xingfeng said, "Nonsense! You're a cultivator, 1,000 Luan master. Killing them is like killing chickens. If they're not afraid of you, who would they be afraid of?" Wu Zhen shook his head and said, "I won't kill people for no reason. There's no need to be so afraid." Lei Xingfeng said, "You won't kill people for no reason, but that doesn't mean that there aren't any cultivators killing people. As long as there are a few of these people, do you think ordinary people will be afraid? Just like before we met, the entire town was almost completely slaughtered by cultivators. What can they do?" Tanda said, "So ordinary people will rely on cultivators. Ha! This place must be under the influence of some sect. Cultivators from outside also won't kill people for no reason. That would offend the power that protects them." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "I think so too. A town without cultivators protecting it is almost like a fat sheep." Wu Zhen was puzzled. "What fat sheep? What's a fat sheep?" There were sheep in this world, but there were none in the water town. So Wu Zhen did not understand. Tanda, on the other hand, knew. He said, "It's a very docile animal. Its meat is very delicious." Wu Zhen immediately understood what a fat sheep was. It was delicious. The so-called fat sheep was slaughtered and eaten by people. He said, "Well, I understand, but there are very few towns like this. Even in our town, there are cultivators stationed there. I don't think I've seen a place without cultivators." After a period of experience, Lei Xingfeng also understood that although cultivators made up a small portion of the total population in this world, they could be seen in every small corner of the world. Almost all the local tyrants and evil gentry in this world were cultivators. Even if they failed in some places, as long as they could find a place with human habitation, they could live comfortably. Their means were nothing more than strength that far exceeded ordinary people. Wu Zhen said, "I'm hungry. There seems to be a restaurant in front." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "Let's go take a look. I'm hungry too." Tanda said, "I don't know what's delicious here. I hope there are some special dishes." It was the right of a cultivator to be able to taste the special dishes of various places. In this world, only cultivators had the ability to travel long distances and travel to various places. This was a kind of experience, and also an experience that could be flaunted. Because of cultivation, every cultivator had a good appetite and could eat far more food than ordinary people. This was a small restaurant facing the street. There was a reed shed outside and 3 long tables. The inside of the restaurant was slightly more exquisite. There were 2 square tables and a circle of round wooden stools. There were 2 or 3 farmers eating under the reed shed outside. The 2 tables in the room were empty. Lei Xingfeng and the other 2 swaggered in. Wu Zhen ordered, "Servants." He looked like a typical master, but there was no servant beside him. The most regrettable thing was that this master had to do the housekeeping and servant work himself. Fortunately, there were many cultivators here, so the owner of the restaurant was not afraid. He ran in eagerly, nodded and bowed, and said, "What can I do for you, masters?" Wu Zhen said, "Bring out all the special dishes. I'm hungry." Lei Xingfeng could not help but laugh. He was already calling himself a master. Unfortunately, this master was still a little weak. However, the owner of the restaurant was not surprised. He said repeatedly, "Please sit, please sit. I'll cook myself. Haha, I can't guarantee that you'll be satisfied, but it will definitely be the best dishes in this restaurant." Wu Jin said, "Give me a bigger portion." This was also a characteristic of cultivators. The owner of the restaurant knew very well. He said, "I understand. Haha, please sit. I'll be back soon." There was a big wooden bowl of rice, a wooden bowl of boiled fish, and a big plate of vegetables that were scooped out of boiling water. There was little oil and little salt. Lei Xingfeng tasted it. It was tasteless and tasteless. This made him very unhappy. He asked, "This is the special dish? There's no meat?" The owner smiled apologetically. "No, there were a few wild ducks, but they were bought by a customer." "Ha ha." Lei Xingfeng shook his head. He took out a 1,000 leaves bag. There was a lot of bull meat that he had collected. It was already marinated and steamed. He said, "Cut it up for me and put it on a plate." The so-called 1,000 leaves bag was a kind of plant's leaf. Each leaf was the size of a table. After steaming and drying, it was a very tough package. In Tiger Cliff Castle, it was something that every family had. Bull meat was a specialty of Tiger Cliff Castle. The meat was very tender and nutritious. Ever since he left Tiger Cliff Castle, Lei Xingfeng had almost used up all the bull meat he had collected. Therefore, he ate very sparingly. Generally, if there was something else to eat, he would not be willing to take it out. After a short while, the shop owner returned with a large wooden plate filled with oily bull beef. Because the bull beef had been marinated, it was red when it was cut open. A strong, meaty aroma wafted out. The shop owner's Adam's apple kept squirming. It was obvious that this guy was constantly swallowing his saliva. Chapter 130. Both Tanda and Wu Jun had never tasted bull beef before. When they smelled the strong fragrance of the meat, they couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Tanda said, "What meat is this? Why is it so fragrant?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Bull beef. It's a specialty of my hometown. Unfortunately, I don't have much left. The dishes here are too bland." Wu Jin tasted a mouthful of bull beef and couldn't help but praise loudly, "Delicious! Delicious." Tanda also ate a piece of bull beef. His eyes suddenly widened as he said, "Ah, it's really delicious. What's that smell?" Lei Xingfeng turned his head and looked outside the store. This sentence came from outside. He saw a few people walking into the store. With Lei Xingfeng's eyesight, he immediately knew that these people were all cultivators. He didn't even need to check. Just from the way they dressed, he could tell that these people were all wearing satin clothes, fishskin boots, black belts around their waists, and some small accessories. Every one of them looked very confident. A young man who was missing an arm was sniffing hard. Like a puppy, he followed the fragrance into the store and kept saying, "Why is it so fragrant?" Walking into the store, that person saw the bull beef on the table at first glance. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He immediately knew that the fragrance was brought by this plate of meat. He said loudly, "Hey, get me someone who can breathe." Lei Xingfeng frowned slightly. This person was too arrogant. What did he mean by "get me someone who can breathe"? Tanda looked at them with a smile that was not a smile. Only Wu Jun could not control his mouth. It was too delicious, and it was also a painful thing. He simply could not stop and focused on eating the juicy bull meat. Especially after the bull meat had been marinated and steamed, it was even more delicious. The store owner ran out. When he saw these people, his face immediately turned pale. "First old master. 3 old masters. Please take a seat." That person called out to the people around him and said, Come, let's go first." "All right. Give me a few plates of that kind of meat." He stretched out his hand and pointed at the bull meat on Lei Xingfeng's table. The shop owner was about to cry. Where could he find bull beef? It was not a local product. He said, Grandmaster, this is the customer's meat. It's not a dish of this small shop. He looked at the three people timidly, his eyes revealing extreme fear. The man waved his sleeve, and the sleeve on his broken arm flew out. With a bang, the shop owner was slapped back, and a red mark quickly appeared on his face. He said, I don't care. Give me a few plates of that meat, or I'll tear down your shop. That rich, meaty aroma made this guy start to be unreasonable. Xianfeng had already started to understand this world, and knew that when practitioners became unreasonable, they would not listen to reason, especially cultivators. As long as they wanted something, they would use any means to snatch it. Unless the other party was stronger than them, no one would stop them. The shop owner finally cried. This kind of unexpected disaster was really inexplicable. Someone brought food to his shop, and in the end, he suffered. He did not know what to do. Moreover, with his insight, he obviously knew that Lei Xingfeng and the other two were not to be trifled with. What else could he do? He could only cry in despair. He knew that guy with the broken arm. He was a local tyrant. If he was angered, he would really tear down the shop. Wu Zhen raised his head and said blankly, Why is he crying? This guy was busy eating and did not know what happened in the shop. Tanda could not help but shake his head and said, Someone wants to eat meat. He forced the owner to eat it. Otherwise, he would tear down his shop. His voice was not loud, but the people in the shop heard it clearly. Wu Zhen said, So domineering. Impressive. His tone was full of sarcasm. He was also a local tyrant in his hometown, but he would never bully others for no reason. He could not stand it. That person glanced over. He wanted to use this opportunity to speak. He said, Friend, where are you from? Lei Xingfeng crossed his arms and looked on indifferently. He was laughing in his heart. This guy actually used such a method to eat. Tanda did not say anything and just looked at him. Wu Zhen picked up another piece of meat and said while eating, just passing by, the man kept sizing up the three of them. Slowly, he realized that the three of them were not to be trifled with, not to mention that the three of them were dressed very luxuriously. Their aura was definitely not ordinary. Basically, there was no need to consider that the other party must be a cultivator. However, he could not see the depth of the other party's cultivation. He had already started to become cautious in his heart. If he inexplicably provoked a difficult opponent for the sake of a meal, it was really not worth it. The two people beside that person were obviously his followers. Lei Xingfeng could see the depth of their cultivation. The guy with the broken arm was 100 Luan master. The two beside him were barely above the level of a small Luan master. They had just started their cultivation and were only slightly stronger than normal people. They were not even as strong as the barbarians in his hometown. The shop owner cried until his snot and tears flew everywhere. He was scared to death. That person was habitually domineering. He said unhappily, just passing by, did you guys bring this meat? Wu Zhen said, eating meat shouldn't have offended you guys, right? He said innocently. That person thought for a while and said, Of course, What meat is this? Why is it so fragrant? He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, Can you let me have some? I'll pay. He stared at Wu Zhen with a trace of desire in his eyes. To practitioners, he did not dare to be as rude as he was to the shop owner. Wu Zhen looked at him mockingly and said, This bit of meat is not even enough for the three of us. We don't lack money. Why should we let you have it? That person stood up. Before he could say anything, Wu Zhen continued, What? You want to fight? It was rare for him to show off. He did not want to let it go. Lei Xingfeng looked at that person with a smile. It was a young man with a pale face. He had a very conspicuous aquiline nose. His entire face gave off a sinister feeling. However, he had a pair of peach blossom eyes, which immediately diluted the sinister expression. It was a very strange face. He was provoked by Wu Zhen's words, but he quickly adjusted himself and said, "Hee, we are not enemies. We just want to buy some of your meat. There's no need to be so nervous." Wu Zhen blushed and said, "Not selling." Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "Forget it, let's eat together. It's not a big deal." He wanted to understand the situation. Since this person wanted to eat, then he would give it to him. It was just a bit of bull meat. That person looked at Lei Xingfeng in surprise and said, "Qi Yaoyan, 100 Luan Master." Lei Xingfeng said, "Lei Xingfeng." He did not say his rank. To him, 100 Luan Master was not worth mentioning. Tanda also said, lazily, "Tanda." Only Wu Zhen was excited and said, "Wu Zhen, 1,000 Luan Master." Although 1,000 Luan Master was not a big deal, it was still slightly stronger than him. Also, he could see that Wu Zhen was not the leader of the three. This meant that whether it was Lei Xingfeng or Tanda, they were all stronger than Wu Zhen. He pondered, could it be a mill wheel master? Even if it is a mill wheel master, I am not afraid. We have a true master here. He secretly encouraged himself. He said, "Nice to meet you. Hee, then we will benefit from it." After such a long time, wasn't it all for meat? Qi Yaoyan also felt that it was funny for a meal of meat. He had indeed gone overboard. He brought the two of them to sit beside Xian Feng's table. Glancing greedily at the bull meat on the table, he asked, "What meat is this? I have never seen it before." Lei Xingfeng said, "Bull meat, a specialty of the barbarian gathering continent." Qi Yaoyan was shocked. The barbarian gathering continent was an extremely far place. He had only heard of it. He did not expect that there would be practitioners from the barbarian gathering continent to the Wanxi continent. How far did they have to go? He said, "Really?" As he spoke, he grabbed a piece of bull meat and put it in his mouth. A rich meat aroma spread in his mouth. It was salty and delicious. Qi Yaoyan's eyes widened. He could not help but say, "Wow, delicious, good." Tanda and Wu Zhen also started eating. As for the two lackeys that Qi Yaoyan brought, they looked hesitantly. They were too weak and did not dare to take the risk. Lei Xingfeng smiled. "You two should try it too. Otherwise, there will be no more." The two beside Qi Yaoyan immediately grabbed the bull meat. Although they did not look good, Lei Xingfeng did not mind. In just a few moments, a large plate of bull meat was finished. Qi Yaoyan smacked his lips and exclaimed, "It's too delicious." "Ha! Thank you for your hospitality." "Oh, right. If you need any help, feel free to let me know. I will definitely help if I can." Ha! Lei Xingfeng actually had this thought. With the locals around, they could understand the situation. Therefore, although the other party was very domineering at the beginning, they did not do anything. With their strength, as long as they showed a little of their strength, no one would dare to provoke them unless they wanted to bully them. Of course, Lei Xingfeng was not that bored. Tanda laughed and said, "Are there any large sects around here?" "Well, the more famous sects." Qi Yaoyan said, "I know one, but it's very far from here. It's Ripple Source City, a large island on Ripple Source Lake in the south. If you walk there, it will take about 40 to 50 days." Lei Xingfeng said, "You've been there before?" Qi Yaoyan laughed bitterly and said, "I can't go. That's a large sect. Without an invitation, who dares to go?" With Qi Yaoyan's strength, he could only move within 100 miles. He didn't dare to go any further, as this was his territory. After all, he was only 100 Luan Master, the lowest level cultivator. He didn't even have the right to train here. Lei Xingfeng said, "Are there no other sects?" He did not dare to believe it. One must know that this was the center of Guangxi state. How could there only be one large sect? Qi Yaoyan explained. According to what I know, there is only one big sect in this area. I don't know about places further away, but there should be many other sections. The center of the Guangxi continent is very big, and if the cultivators are low level, they rarely move around. Hee, they are just like normal people. Only the big sects and high-level cultivators, such as the true human level, have the ability and the right to move around. If you want to know more, you should go to the true human. Chapter 131. Lei Xingfeng asked with interest, "Are there any perfected masters here?" Qi Yaoyan couldn't help but laugh. How is that possible? Perfected masters usually won't come to a small place like ours. The strongest here is a mill wheel master. Wu Zhen curled his lips. There are 2 perfected masters here. Why wouldn't there be any perfected masters? Qi Yaoyan was stunned. He pointed at Lei Xingfeng and Tanda and mumbled something. His face turned pale. Lei Xingfeng said, "Okay, you don't have to be surprised or scared. Relax." Qi Yaoyan couldn't sit still anymore. He and his 2 underlings stood up cautiously. He had only seen a perfected master once in his life, and it was from afar. He didn't dare to get close. He didn't expect to extort a perfected master this time. He was asking for death. His heart was beating like a drum as he said, "Senior, I was ignorant. Please forgive me." Lei Xingfeng said, "I said it's okay. Sit down." Qi Yaoyan didn't dare to disobey and sat down carefully. "Yes, senior." He never thought that he would encounter such a strange thing. He was too damn lucky to meet 2 spiritual masters in a shabby shop on the side of the road. Lei Xingfeng said, "Who controls this town? Tell him to come here. I have something to ask him." Qi Yaoyan said, "Yes, it's my great martial uncle, Wan Dao, Millwall Master." He immediately ordered one of his underlings, "Go report to martial uncle and tell him that there are 2 seniors here. Be quick, don't let them wait." One of his underlings immediately ran out of the shop. In just a moment, an old man with a head full of white hair walked in, followed by the person who went to inform. The old man didn't even see the people in the shop clearly before bowing his head and saying, "Wan Dao, Miloon Master, greets the 2 seniors." Qi Yaoyan immediately stood up and said, "Uncle Master." Wan Dao gestured for him to stand behind him. Only then did he raise his head. There were 3 people in front of him, and the one sitting in the middle looked extremely young, as if he hadn't reached adulthood yet. This made Wan Dao's heart tremble. From the way they sat, it could be seen that the 3 of them were mostly young. This made Wan Dao wonder if this kid was a true master. Lei Xingfeng said, "All right, sit down. No need for formalities." Then he formally said, "Lei Xingfeng, great true Luan Yin Master." Tanda said, "Tanda, immortal mill wheel." Wan Dao's legs went soft. He didn't know about the others, but Daoist mill wheel only had 1 true ring body. That was fine, but Daoist great mill wheel was terrifying. He had 4 true ring bodies. Even in a large sect, he was a peak existence. He couldn't understand why a Daoist with 4 true ring bodies would come here. Wu Zhen didn't say anything. He really didn't want to sign up. It was too embarrassing. 1,000 Luan master was too embarrassed to meet people. Lei Xingfeng said, "We're just passing by." Hearing this, Wan Dao let out a sigh of relief. This was his sphere of influence. He had 20-odd practitioners. The strongest was a Luan master. The rest were all 10,000 Luan masters. 1,000 Luan masters, the most were 100 Luan masters, and there were many who had just entered the sect. For this kind of small-scale power, a true master would be able to annihilate them. So he was always very careful. Lei Xingfeng said, "I want to understand the situation here and find a famous large sect. And are there any true masters here?" Wan Dao said respectfully, "There aren't any true masters here. And there aren't any large sects here either. Senior, if there is a large sect here, we can't be here." Lei Xingfeng said, "Isn't there Ripple Origin City?" Wan Dao froze and said, "Ripple Origin City is indeed a large sect, but they are at Ripple Origin Lake, very far. It would take at least 40 to 50 days to get there by boat. If we walk, it would be even further. They won't care about us here." Wan Dao then explained, "Of course we are at the outermost area of Ripple Origin City. Every year, Ripple Origin City will send people here to recruit disciples. We have to cooperate. Other than that, they won't care." Lei Xingfeng realized that the control of this world was very weak. Normal large sects would only control where they were. If they were slightly further away, they wouldn't care. This world was vast and rich in resources. Normal people had no problems living here. For example, in Wanxi continent, as long as one was diligent and knew a bit of farming or fishing skills, one wouldn't have to worry about survival. If one was diligent, one could even live a good life. Tanda said, "You're self-taught." Wan Dao said, "I'm not self-taught. When I was young, I cultivated in a small sect. I'm old and have no hope of advancing, so I came back to my hometown to retire and teach disciples." There was one thing he didn't say. When he came back, he brought a few friends and killed a local mill wheel master to occupy this place. His friends helped each other to occupy the surrounding towns, forming an extremely loose alliance. As long as there were no true human experts, no one would be able to shake their position. And true human experts wouldn't be interested in this place. Lei Xingfeng nodded. He didn't know the cruelty of this place. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. This world was like this. He said, "Other than Ripple Origin City, are there any other sects?" "Yes, sects with true human experts." Wan Dao said, "Yes, there are a few small sects in this area. Maybe they have true human experts. However, even if they do, they would keep it a secret. In small sects, they are ancestor-level experts. Unless something big happens, they won't appear." Lei Xingfeng thought for a while, and finally decided to go to Ripple Origin City. Even if small sects had true human experts, their knowledge might not be extensive. Only large sects would have contact with large sections. They should know more information. He said, "Forget it, let's go to Ripple Origin City. These small sects don't mean much." Tanda also said, "Yeah, small sects, even if they have Taoist masters, I think they're only Taoist masters with 1 or 2 true ring bodies. They probably won't leave the sect. For small sects, once the Taoist masters leave, their sect will be in danger. Thus, these Taoists won't have much experience." Wan Dao didn't dare to interrupt. He didn't know the situation. The only thought in his mind was to not provoke these 3. Everything else wasn't important. He was very clear that these 3 were just passing by and didn't have any thoughts of occupying this place. As long as he could find a way to fool them and wait for them to leave, this place would be safe. As long as these 3 left, he was willing to pay any price. These 3 were too big of a threat. It could be said that they could kill a small tyrant like him with a wave of their hand. Lei Xingfeng asked, "Oh, right, I need some food." What specialties do you have here? Wandao said, we have food. This place produces rice, all kinds of fresh fish, river prawns, pufferfish, dried wild duck, and the most famous is the reed marsh pheasant. However, that thing isn't easy to catch. It requires a large net and a large number of people to catch it. Hee, I have a lot of them. A few days ago, a disciple organized a group to catch them. I have a dozen fat reed marsh pheasants. Lei Xingfeng nodded. Okay, I'll take them all. Then he said, don't worry, I'll pay. Wan Dao didn't want Lei Xingfeng to pay. He wanted to have a good relationship with him. So he said, no need to pay. Consider it a gift from this junior. Lei Xingfeng didn't insist. Since Wan Dao wanted to give it to him, he didn't have to pay. He knew what Wan Dao wanted. Anyway, he didn't have any conflict with the local tycoons. He was also happy to have more acquaintances like this. He nodded and said, thank you. Wan Dao was flattered and hurriedly said, you're welcome, you're welcome. Qi Yaoyan, take some people to prepare. I want the best rice and the best fish and prawns. Bring whatever we have at home. Also, go to the shops in town to find more. Qi Yaoyan nodded and immediately left with two of his men. Lei Xingfeng suddenly thought of something and said, Wan Dao, there's something. Wan Dao said, Senior, please tell me what you need. Lei Xingfeng said, when we came out of the Lun Point here, we saw a caravan. Do caravans often pass by here? Wan Dao said, yes, this is where caravans must pass by. This is also why this town is so prosperous. Hee. Lei Xingfeng said, then are there any big businesses here? If he wanted to get information, then a business was a good place to gather information. Wan Dao said, there aren't any big businesses here. They're all caravans passing by, because there are 2 Lun points here, and our town is between them. So, this is a resting place. Most of the people here rely on caravans for a living. Tanda said in shock, 2 Lun points. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but shake his head and said, so F***, King Extravagant. There are actually 2 Lun points. No wonder this is the center of Wanxi continent. Wan Dao explained, we have very few Lun points here. I heard that some places have 7 or 8 Lun points. That's where the real population is concentrated. Xian Feng couldn't help but be speechless. It was simply inconceivable. He understood that these were fixed Lun points, which meant that every Lun point corresponded to a Lun point. This should be an ancient Lun passage that even normal people could use. It was different from the border of the wilderness. Only high-level true masters could use it. Normal people couldn't use it at all. Wan Dao explained. However, to use the ancient Lun channel, the price is very high. Only a business has the financial resources and ability. Even we have to pay a high price to ride a business caravan. Under normal circumstances, we'd rather walk or take a boat than use the ancient Lun channel. Wu Zhen said, what's the price to travel with a caravan? Wan Dao said, 1 person, about 100 golden rings. It also depends on the location. If it's far, the price will be higher. Chapter 132. Over 100 gold rings. Even Wu Zhen was shocked. The purchasing power of gold rings in this world was very high. Ordinary people almost didn't have any gold rings. Without a certain level of strength, it was very difficult to earn them. If an ordinary person earned a gold ring, they would often find a goldsmith to make it into jewelry. Wu Zhen said, yes, it is very expensive. Lei Xingfeng didn't think it was expensive. He had a lot of gold rings. In the past, it was his little sister who kept them. Ever since they parted, he had also gotten a lot of gold rings, especially from his master. He even got a lot of Lun and Luanine rings. These treasures were very rare even in large sections. Those things were much more precious than gold rings. Wan Dao invited the three of them to his house. In this small town, he was a tyrant. Whatever he said, his words carried enormous weight. Of course, he was nothing in front of high-level cultivators who came from outside. Lei Xingfeng nodded in agreement. After all, the store was too simple. Moreover, they couldn't travel far today. They had to find a place to spend the night. With someone to entertain them, he was too lazy to look for a hotel. The three followed Wan Dao out. Wan Dao's house was at the edge of the town. It was a very inconspicuous house, similar to an ordinary person's house. Wan Dao smiled apologetically. It's a bit simple. Ha, please come in. The outside of the house was quite shabby, but after entering the front hall, the inside was completely different. Although it wasn't richly ornamented, it was exquisite and tidy. The wood on the floor was polished and glossy. There were various vases of flowers in the corner. Lei Xingfeng sighed in his heart. The cultivators of this world really knew how to enjoy themselves. Even if the outside was inconspicuous, the inside was a different world. Lei Xingfeng sat down and smiled. Not a bad place. Everyone sat down. Wan Dao said, "Senior, where do you plan to go? If there's anything I can help with, please let me know." Since Lei Xingfeng said that he was passing by, he was also curious. Where were these two adepts going? He repeated his previous words. Actually, deep in his heart, there was a sense of crisis. He hoped that these two experts would leave as soon as possible. Lei Xingfeng waved his hand and said, "I don't need any help. Let's go to Ripple Origin City. The ancient Luan passage here is very developed. It should be easy to get there." Wan Dao let out a huge sigh of relief. The two sages gave him too much pressure, especially the fourth ring sage. It was really scary. Lei Xingfeng asked, "Do you understand Ripple Origin City?" Wan Dao said, "I know a little." Ripple Origin City was the largest power in the area. It occupied the largest island in Ripple Origin Lake. Ripple Origin Lake had a radius of several thousand square kilometers, and it was the largest lake in the area. Small islands dotted the lake, and the largest island was Ripple Origin Island. Later on, a major power occupied the island and built a city there. Thus, Ripple Origin City was born. Wan Dao gave a simple introduction of Ripple Origin City's history and said, "Ripple Origin City is very strong. I heard that they have a lot of sage experts. As for their disciples, there are more than 10,000 of them. Among them are 1,000 Luan masters, Wan Luan Shi, and mill wheel masters. However, we're already at the periphery of Ripple Origin City. Moreover, this place is remote and has a small population. Ripple Origin City isn't very interested in this place. Otherwise," Lei Xingfeng laughed, "otherwise they wouldn't let you occupy this place." Wan Dao nodded. "Yes, I have some connections with Ripple Origin City. Therefore, they acknowledge our existence. Our luck is pretty good." After chatting for a while, Qi Yaoyan brought a dozen people in and said, "Great uncle, the things are here. They're all in the front hall. Senior, can you go take a look?" Lei Xingfeng nodded and stood up. The few of them came to the front hall. There were a dozen bags and 7 to 8 baskets filled with food. The bags were filled with rice while the baskets were filled with chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Qi Yaoyan said, "These are all local products. They aren't worth much." Lei Xingfeng took out a few golden rings and placed them on the table. "I appreciate it." Raising his hand, he placed the food on the ground into his hidden Luan space. With his strength of 4 true ring bodies, his hidden Luan space was already very big and could store many things. Qi Yaoyan said, "I just met Martial Uncle Tian. He said there are a lot of strangers in town and told us to be careful." Wan Dao said, "Don't worry, outsiders. Are they cultivators? How strong are they?" Chi Yao Yin said they should be cultivators, or Marshal Uncle Tian wouldn't tell me. He told me to tell Great Uncle to send people to keep an eye on them. Wan Dao said, how many are there? Chi Yao Yin said, 7 people. Then we found 3 more. They should be a group. Wan Dao asked, can you tell their strength? Chi Yao Yin said, there are a few hundred Luan masters and a few thousand Luan masters. But Marshal Uncle Tian said he couldn't tell the strength of one of them. That person is clearly the leader of the group. Immediately, Wan Dao's face turned gloomy. One must know that Marshal Uncle Tian was a 10,000 Luan master, and he couldn't see through him. That person was at least a Milun master with the same strength as him. This made him a little nervous, as he was afraid that it was an outsider who came to fight for territory. If it was a cultivator who came to fight for territory, then there would be a fight. No matter who won or lost, it wouldn't be a good thing for him. If he lost, he would have nothing, and if he won, he would lose his men. After a while, Wan Dao said, keep an eye on them. Tell everyone not to fight with them, unless it's absolutely necessary. Chi Yao Yin said, yes, I understand. Wan Dao said, oh, right. Are there any special signs on them? Chi Yao Yin just remembered something important. He slapped his head and said, oh, I forgot to say. These people are weird. They are all wearing masks. Xianfeng straightened his back. He and Tanda looked at each other, a trace of anger appearing in their eyes. To actually chase them all the way here, these masked men really didn't know their limits. Xianfeng asked, what kind of masks are they? Chi Yao Yin described the shape of the masks. Lei Xingfeng nodded. He knew that they were the masked people. The only thing he wasn't sure was whether they were here to find friends or enemies. Chi Yao Yin continued, in addition to these masked people, there are many strangers. They are not from our town, nor do they look like people from the caravan. I haven't seen them before. There are about 100 of them. They are about to enter our town. At this time, a disciple of the Wan Dao family came in and said, those strangers are entering the town. They are all wearing masks. Uncle Master, they are very domineering, and they are coming to our house. Wan Dao's expression changed immediately. He said, are they coming for us? That's strange. We shouldn't have offended them. Lei Xingfeng didn't say anything. He knew that these people would definitely come to the town to find the local tycoons. Therefore, they would definitely come to find them. They would decide what to do then. Since they wouldn't let him go, he had no reason to let them go either. Tanda and Lei Xingfeng exchanged glances and said nothing. He understood what Lei Xingfeng meant. As for Wu Zhen, he was very confused. Of course, with Lei Xingfeng and Tanda around, he didn't have to worry about anything. He just had to follow. Wan Dao couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up and said, Senior, I'll go out and take a look. Please forgive me. Junior can't accompany you. He was burning with anxiety. He wanted to know if those masked people were trying to harm them. Lei Xingfeng nodded. Okay, go ahead. After Wan Dao left, Tanda couldn't help but ask, are they looking for Lu Gao or us? Lei Xingfeng said, no matter who they are looking for, I think as long as they see us, they won't be peaceful. Let's prepare for battle. Wu Zhen said carefully, why don't we avoid them? Lei Xingfeng shook his head. We can't avoid them. Wu Zhen didn't understand. Why can't we avoid them? If we are careful, we should be able to avoid them. Tanda said, they were able to track us here. If they are targeting us, then they must have some methods that we don't know about. They can find us directly. Then, no matter how we avoid them, they will eventually catch up. These masked people are very difficult to deal with. Wu Zhen was surprised. Doesn't this mean that once we provoke them, there will be no peace in the future? Tanda sighed. He was willing to provoke this big trouble from the bottom of his heart. However, he couldn't make the decision now. Lei Xingfeng was the one in charge. He was just a subordinate. Any important decisions were made by Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng smiled faintly and said, "It's okay." He wasn't afraid. As long as he sent a message back, only one of the two guards would come. Moreover, he was already a good expert. It would be very difficult for the other party to kill him. The three of them sat in the room. Lei Xingfeng said, "Since we don't want to hide, then let's go out." Hee, I don't believe that they can be that strong." Tanda smiled bitterly and said, "Okay, let's go together." The three of them got up and walked out of the door. Wan Dao brought a group of disciples and stood outside the door. At this time, a group of masked people came up. The leader was a guy wearing a black mask. Behind him were subordinates wearing white masks. Lei Xingfeng, Tanda, and Wu Zhen stood at the door. Through Wan Dao's group of disciples, they could clearly see who was coming. Tanda whispered, "Black mask." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "It should be a true master with 2 true ring bodies." Hee, it's just a small team. The leader is already a master with 2 true ring bodies. This masked organization is really strong. At least there are a lot of true ring experts. His words revealed a hint of mockery. Tanda's heart relaxed a bit. With Lei Xingfeng's strength, killing a true master with 2 true ring bodies was a piece of cake. He personally saw Lei Xingfeng kill a true master with 3 true ring bodies. Therefore, his nervous heart gradually relaxed. Wan Dao's heart was restless. He could already feel the pressure coming from the other party. This was a pressure that the black-masked fellow had deliberately released. This pressure made Wan Dao unable to resist. He said, "Senior, if there is anything I can do for you, please instruct me." Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but want to laugh. Wan Dao had said this to him a few times. He didn't expect him to say it to the black mask again. Chapter 133. Tanda sighed. This was the sorrow of the week. The black-masked man stared at Wan Dao. After a few breaths, Wan Dao broke out in cold sweat. The black-masked man said, "Have you seen these people?" He took out a piece of animal skin. There were 3 figures on it, but it was not clear. However, the clothes were very lifelike. It was Lei Xingfeng and the other 2. Wan Dao recognized them at a glance. If it was only one person, then he might not dare to be sure. But with 3 people together, he almost didn't hesitate to confirm that they were the 3 experts he had received. Cold sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. His heart was tangled to death. What a joke! Among the 3 people, there were 2 Taoist masters. He couldn't and didn't dare to say that, but the person in front of him was also a Taoist master. Wasn't this asking for his life? The black-masked man stared at Wan Dao. He immediately noticed the cold sweat on Wan Dao's forehead and said, "You have seen them. You should have seen them. Where are they?" Wan Dao stammered, not knowing what to say. Before he could think clearly, the black-masked man was already impatient. His body suddenly swayed, and with 2 slaps, Wan Dao was knocked dizzy. The black-masked man wanted to understand the situation, so he didn't kill him. However, these 2 slaps were not light. Wan Dao's teeth were all loosened, and he covered his face in a daze. The black-masked man said coldly, "Do you remember?" Wan Dao's aura was extremely strong, but he really did not dare to resist. The opponent was too strong. He had no hope of winning. Even if he wanted to escape, he could not. A line of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He calmed down with difficulty and said, You. The black-masked man's eyes flashed with cold light. He said lightly, "Will you remember after I slaughter the entire town?" Suddenly, the surrounding people felt a chill. Their hair stood on end. This was too ruthless. He actually wanted to slaughter the entire town. Wandao opened his mouth. He finally could not resist and said, "Yes, I have seen them." The black masked man nodded. "Where?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Tanda, take Wu Zhen with you, and don't come out." After giving the order, he walked out of the door and said with a smile so domineering, "Are you looking for me?" With a slight movement, he appeared beside Wandao and patted him on the shoulder. Wandao was so frightened that he trembled and said, "I'm sorry to have implicated you." Wandao was scared out of his wits. He couldn't afford to offend either side, so he stuttered and said something that no one could understand. The poor local tyrant of a small town was being suppressed by the experts of both sides. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "All right, I'll help you vent your anger." Before he could finish speaking, a figure flickered. Crack! It was the same two yin-yang slaps. However, this time, the black masked man was the one being hit. Moreover, Lei Xingfeng's attack was much more powerful. The black masked man couldn't dodge at all. A lightning attribute expert's speed was absolutely incomparable to any other attribute. The two slaps directly knocked out a mouthful of teeth from the black masked man. He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with bits of white light. That mouthful of teeth were all broken, and the black masked man's mask also shattered like glass. It was a middle-aged man. His two thick eyebrows and a pair of triangular eyes left a deep impression. His mouth was completely deflated because all of his teeth were broken. His face was full of shock and disbelief. He was almost scared to death. He knew that if the other party wanted to kill him, he would be a corpse. Just like how he had slapped Wandao before, it was too easy to kill Wandao. Lei Xingfeng said, "You're still haunting me. I've already left, but you're still chasing after me. If you want to die, you don't have to be in such a hurry." The middle-aged man touched his face and immediately showed a look of despair. His mask was shattered. It was as if he was about to die. He immediately went crazy and shouted, I'll fight you to the death." Boom! The two of them clashed. Instantly, the energy spread everywhere. The people around them were immediately overturned. A circle of people fell to the ground. The middle-aged man stared and retreated step by step. With every step, his joints cracked. This attack messed up the lunli in his body. Golden light flashed in front of his eyes, and his ears roared. It was as if countless gongs and drums were ringing. After retreating for about 10 steps, he finally couldn't take it anymore and sat on the ground. Lei Xingfeng didn't move. His strength was much higher than his opponent's. This attack couldn't even shake his body. The middle-aged man kept vomiting blood. Lei Xingfeng didn't rush to attack. He just waited quietly. Wandao and the rest were stunned. They didn't expect Lei Xingfeng to be so strong. Wandao laughed bitterly in his heart. At this time, he had already made up his mind. Once he survived this disaster, he would bring his people and find a remote place. There was no way to stay here. Send the signal." The middle-aged man finally gave the order. After that, he vomited another mouthful of blood. Lei Xingfeng slowly walked forward and said, "What organization are you from?" The middle-aged man's eyes shot out a venomous light. He said, "You're dead. You mess with us. You're dead." Lei Xingfeng's heart was filled with anger. He didn't want to make enemies, but the other party didn't want to let him go. They didn't even hesitate to massacre the entire town. This was something he couldn't tolerate. Usually his mentality was better. This was the peace of mind brought from his previous life. But this life was different. He started to cultivate. The thunder element was irritable. This gradually affected his personality. So whenever he encountered something like this, his anger would be bigger. A few people wearing white masks panicked and sent out signals for help. A few others wearing white masks rushed forward. Before they could get close to Lei Xingfeng, they saw bolts of lightning emerging from Lei Xingfeng's body. In an instant, the bolts of lightning pierced through the people who rushed over. They turned into ashes and fell to the ground. They were killed instantly. Lei Xingfeng walked to the middle-aged man and kicked him. The middle-aged man hit the ground with both hands, and his body flashed 3 meters away. However, Lei Xingfeng's kick didn't miss. A bolt of lightning flashed from the tip of his foot and landed on the middle-aged man's body. Crackle! The middle-aged man's defense was broken in an instant. The lightning struck his body. After all, he was a second-ring sage. This attack only seriously injured him, but didn't kill him. In front of Lei Xingfeng, he felt like a baby. Not only were his hands tied, but he also couldn't fight back. He was so angry that he wanted to go crazy. As he roared, a golden ring appeared in his hand. He threw it out and rubbed his hands together. In an instant, the golden ring expanded. He roared, "Seal!" The golden ring suddenly expanded. With a flash of golden light, it flew into the sky. Lei Xingfeng looked on curiously. He saw the golden ring appear in the sky and fall towards him. The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood. The golden ring shone even brighter. With a shout and blood spurting out, the golden ring suddenly fell towards Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng cursed, "What the hell is this?" In a flash, he had already charged into the crowd, grabbing randomly with his hands. A few white-masked men were caught and thrown out by him. Only after catching a few did Xingfeng stop. He had already dodged to the side and watched as the golden hoop fell, covering those white-masked men. With Lei Xingfeng's speed, which was as fast as lightning, the middle-aged man couldn't react at all. He didn't have time to react and could only watch as his subordinates fell into the golden ring. Silently, the people wearing white masks were instantly strangled by the golden ring. The middle-aged man didn't have time to stop and could only watch as his subordinates were killed. He roared with hatred and pointed his finger at the golden ring. He spat out another mouthful of blood, and the golden ring rose again. Lei Xingfeng said in surprise, "That's really powerful." His body flashed, and a few more people wearing white masks were thrown out. The golden ring fell 3 times in a row, killing the people thrown out by Lei Xingfeng. The middle-aged man seemed to be unable to control the killing of the golden ring. As long as the golden ring fell, there would be a rain of blood. The killing speed was so fast that it made Lei Xingfeng's scalp tingle. In just a few breaths, Lei Xingfeng found that there was no one around to catch. The middle-aged man laughed sinisterly. "Let's see what you can use to replace me." "Ha ha, go to hell." Lei Xingfeng sneered. "Do you really think that I'm afraid of you?" In an instant, a bolt of lightning flashed, and Lei Xingfeng shouted, "Die for me?" That bolt of lightning was his Lei Yin. At the same time when the thunder seal appeared, the incomparably vast thunder and lightning was like a violent electric net flashing. Rumbling sounds resounded, followed by earth-shaking thunderclaps. The sound of thunder continued to resound, shaking everyone in the small town to the point of dizziness. The middle-aged man said in horror, "Lei Yin, oh my God!" The lightning stamp instantly collided with the golden ring. Countless lightning bolts seemed to have found a slanted opening. In an instant, the lightning bolts converged on the golden ring. With a rumbling sound, the golden ring suddenly turned into countless golden light spots and dissipated in the air. Following that, the lightning bolts struck the middle-aged man's body. A dazzling brilliance flashed, and the middle-aged man let out a short scream before disappearing from the spot. In an instant, the middle-aged man was turned into ashes. Even though he was a sage with 2 true ring bodies, he still couldn't block Lei Yin's attack. Lei Xingfeng opened his mouth and sucked. Lei Yin turned into a light spot and entered his mouth. His face was a bit pale. He didn't expect Lei Yin to be so powerful. This attack not only destroyed the golden ring, but also the middle-aged man. At the same time, everything within 100-meter radius, including the streets and houses, was turned into dust. Even the ground sank 7 or 8 meters, creating a huge crater with a diameter of nearly 100 meters. "Stop!" An angry shout came from afar. Then, a group of people rushed over. Lei Xingfeng stared at the group of people rushing over. He was very unhappy and said, "Damn, another group came." Tanda and the others had already retreated far away. Lei Yin's attack just now had almost scared them to death. They had never seen such a crazy attack. Wan Dao stood beside him, his mouth wide open. He muttered unconsciously, This is the power of a sage with 4 true ring? Too frightening." Wu Zhen's face was deathly pale. He now understood that once a sage took out his trump card, it would be a fight to the death. Moreover, the power of the attack was beyond his imagination. In fact, he didn't know that this wasn't Lei Yin's true power. Lei Xingfeng's Lei Yin wasn't condensed by himself, but obtained from Elder Thunderstorm. Of course, if it was his own Lei Yin, the attack power would be even more incredible. Chapter 134. This time, the person in the lead was wearing a blue mask. Behind him was a group of people who were all wearing white masks. Before they even arrived at the scene, a huge pressure had already crushed over. Lei Xingfeng's eyes flashed with surprise. He could feel the pressure coming from the other side. This person should be the same as him, a great true Luan Yin master. "Tanda, take Wu Zhen and leave." Tanda didn't even ask why, and just took Wu Zhen and ran outside. He wasn't stupid. He could feel the pressure coming from the other side. He immediately understood that a true expert had arrived. At the very least, he wasn't any weaker than Lei Xingfeng. Once this kind of battle started, it would spread far and wide. He didn't want to die for no reason. Wu Zhen kindly reminded him, "Wan Dao, take your people and run." Wan Dao immediately reacted and scolded himself for being slow. A battle between high-level cultivators could easily destroy the entire town. He turned around and ran while shouting, "Qi Yaoyan, inform everyone in the town to run and leave this place." Lei Xingfeng had already rushed forward. He didn't want to fight in a big hole. He walked along the street for 100 meters before stopping. The group of people was also in front of him. He now understood that the black masked person was a second ring true Luan Yin master. The red one was a third ring true Luan Yin master, and the blue masked person was a fourth ring true Luan Yin master. Their level was the same as his. It just depended on their cultivation attribute. Those who could reach fourth ring true Luan Yin master were all peerless geniuses. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to reach this level. This was the first time Lei Xingfeng fought with someone of similar strength to him. He was a bit excited. The blue-masked person stood not far from Lei Xingfeng. He sized up Lei Xingfeng and said, "You killed him?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Nonsense." The person moved slightly but didn't attack. He was just angered by Lei Xingfeng's words. He gritted his teeth and said, very good. You're dead." Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but laugh. "I've already heard that many times." "Dead? Ha! It's always the same thing. Did you guys plan on greeting each other before you left?" The person was flustered and exasperated. "You, which fucking sect are you from?" Lei Xingfeng said, "You don't even have the right to hide your face." The person stared at him for a while, then slowly took off the blue mask on his face. With a flip of his wrist, the mask disappeared. He said, "Our rule is that once you see my face, we won't rest until we're dead." This person left an impression on Lei Xingfeng. He had a big hooked nose, deep eye sockets, and looked like a white person from his previous world. He had thin lips, revealing a trace of harshness. He had a pair of eagle eyes, and his pupils emitted a faint red color, giving off a bloody smell. Lei Xingfeng said, "Even if you don't take off your mask, we won't rest until we're dead. I'm curious, where did you guys come from? You're so smelly." His words were getting worse and worse. He was also feeling depressed. He was just looking for a person, yet he met with such a bastard situation. Being chased for no reason, no matter who it was, it wouldn't feel good. Furthermore, the other party was from a mysterious organization. Boom. That person's body emitted a strong flame. His entire body was engulfed in flames. He said, "Brat, don't think that just because you're a great, true Luanine master, you're amazing. With just you alone, no matter what, you won't be able to stop us." Lei Xingfeng thought, "Fire attribute. Good, not light or lightning attribute. Hee hee." He coldly said, "Oh, a great, true Luanine master, isn't that amazing? But it's enough to deal with you guys." That person said, "In our organization, a great, true Luanine master is just a normal existence. Hee hee. If I fail again, there will be even stronger experts coming." Lei Xingfeng said, "Is that so? Even stronger experts? Fifth ring? Sixth ring expert? You scared me to death." Ha ha. He had already made up his mind. After this battle, he would immediately return. No matter what, he would bring 2 guards with him and ask his seniors for help. He didn't believe that even if he couldn't win, his seniors wouldn't be able to win. Even if they couldn't, he still had his master. He wouldn't be afraid of these people. That person coldly laughed. "We have a way to track you, no matter where you hide. We can dig you out. I believe that as long as we catch you, you'll regret being born into this world." Lei Xingfeng said, "All right, so strong. Since I'm dead for sure, then tell me, what organization are you guys from? You've already taken off your mask. We won't rest until one of us is dead. You should at least let me know who wants my life, right?" That person immediately laughed. "Are you afraid? Then surrender. If you surrender, I'll tell you what organization we are from." Lei Xingfeng sighed. "I hate mysterious organizations the most. Surrender? Surrender your mother's head. I'll do it." He knew that he wouldn't be able to get any information from the opponent and suddenly attacked. A huge thunderbolt struck out. That person shouted, "Attack!" A huge fireball flew out and directly hit the thunderbolt. Boom! Electric arcs flashed, and sparks flew everywhere. Lei Xingfeng was now alone, and his body was protected by the thunderbolt, so he didn't care at all. However, the people around that person were miserable. Fine electric arcs splashed, and together with the shattered fireball, in an instant, there were screams. 7 or 8 people fell down. All of them were Wan Luanshe and mill-wheel drivers. Even if they didn't die, they were half dead. That person shouted, "You guys, retreat." As he spoke, he rushed forward. Lei Xingfeng also rushed forward. The distance between the two was not far, only about 10 meters. In an instant, the two of them collided. Suddenly, electric arcs flashed, thunder and lightning raged, sparks flew everywhere, flames surged, and continuous explosions sounded. In an instant, the two of them clashed more than 10 times. The flying sparks set the surrounding houses on fire. That person's subordinates fled for their lives. Even so, those who were injured before couldn't escape in time. They were affected by the fire and lightning and instantly turned into ashes. Lei Xingfeng was fighting a fierce battle. For the first time, he felt the joy of fighting. He didn't have this kind of experience before. His opponent's strength was about the same as his, so he immediately experienced the excitement of fighting. The more the person fought, the more surprised he became. This was the first time he met a thunder attribute expert. He didn't expect that he would be so restrained. Whether it was the opponent's attack speed or dodging speed, it was unimaginable. It was too fast, and he was not used to it. Lei Xingfeng also discovered his own characteristics. For every attack the opponent made, he could at least return 1.5 attacks. His dodging speed was so fast that the opponent couldn't hit him. This feeling was indeed very satisfying. In the beginning, the two of them relied on their attributes to fight. As the battle progressed, the two of them became angrier and angrier. Their attacks also became more and more dangerous. The two of them began to fight hand to hand. Lei Xingfeng's fist was surrounded by thunder and lightning, while his opponent's fist was covered in flames. The effect of a direct attack was better and more effective. Therefore, the two of them coincidentally chose to fight in close range. Fist against fist, foot against foot, the confrontation between their bodies became more intense. Boom! That person's fist landed on Lei Xingfeng's arm. A ball of fire burned fiercely. Lei Xingfeng's arm shook, and a layer of electric arcs flashed from his shoulder to his wrist. The flame suddenly disappeared. Then, Lei Xingfeng's fist landed on that person's shoulder. A dazzling white light flashed, and a layer of flame appeared on that person's shoulder, blocking the electric attack. The two of them attacked each other crazily. In less than 2 minutes, a large portion of the surrounding houses collapsed. The flames that were ignited were at least 7 to 8 meters high. Within the flames, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The two of them were furious and attacked each other crazily without caring about anything else. Tanda and Wu Zhen had already run out of the town. The two of them saw the fire and thick smoke rising from the town. Wan Dao had also led his subordinates to escape, as well as the residents of the town. Those who could escape had all fled outside the town. Wan Dao clutched his chest and said, My town is finished. Tanda comforted him. Let's find another place. Wan Dao smiled bitterly and said, I don't know where else is suitable. Sigh. He couldn't complain. This was the way the world was. Complaining was useless. If he was a 5th ring sage, he could definitely drive these two guys out. Unfortunately, he was just a small mill-wheel master. He was not qualified to drive out masters like Lei Xingfeng and the Masker. He could only watch as the town was destroyed. Tanda said, Why don't you come with us? Ha ha. Wan Dao was surprised. Follow you? To where? Tanda said, To the edge of the Wanxi continent, in the lake. Wan Dao couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew that the edge of the Wanxi continent was surrounded by large lakes. The living conditions there were much worse than here. He shook his head and said, Forget it, I'll find another place. Maybe after this battle, we can rebuild the town. Tanda couldn't help but shake his head. If Lei Xingfeng won, things would be fine for the time being. But if Lei Xingfeng left and the Masker came again, he would definitely vent his anger on Wan Dao and the others. Even if the town wasn't destroyed, Wan Dao and the others wouldn't be able to escape. However, Tanda didn't try to persuade him. This was Wan Dao's choice. He couldn't decide his fate. Wu Zhen said, I don't know if we can win this time. Tanda couldn't figure it out. After all, he was only a 1st ring sage. A battle between 4th ring sages wasn't something he could understand or speculate. Boom! Another house was set on fire. Wan Dao's expression became uglier and uglier. A large number of ordinary people escaped from the town. They were crying and running around. Wan Dao said, Qi Yaoyan, gather people and gather them. There will be more casualties if they run around like this. Qi Yaoyan nodded and brought a group of people to gather the town's residents. Lei Xingfeng became more and more excited as he fought. Before they knew it, the two had already fought for more than 10 minutes and destroyed half of the town. As the battle continued, the person felt helpless. It was obvious that Lei Xingfeng was getting stronger. He used all his methods and barely managed to stay undefeated. However, not many of his subordinates survived. Most of them died after being caught in the shock waves. Only a few escaped. The worst thing was that Lei Xingfeng became more and more energetic as he fought. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. This guy was too sick. Chapter 135. Lei Xingfeng finally couldn't take it anymore and sent out Lei Yin again. In the sound of thunder, that person ran away. He didn't expect Lei Xingfeng to hide such a perverted thing. Once he started to run, that person understood that he was completely defeated. It would be very difficult to take back the initiative. At this point, he didn't want to continue fighting. Lei Xingfeng didn't expect that person to run away. He hesitated for a moment, and that person disappeared. He was so angry that he cursed. He didn't have enough fun, and his opponent actually ran away. That person brought his remaining subordinates and ran to the Luan spot. He looked back and said, "I will find you again. Let's go." He opened the Luan spot and left with his subordinates. Lei Xingfeng came out of the town and found Tanda. He said, "Let's go back." He didn't dare to run around anymore. He knew that he was already the target of the maskers. It wouldn't be wise to run around anymore. Tanda said, "Okay, let's go back." Wan Dao said, "Senior, those people, will they come back?" Lei Xingfeng nodded. "Definitely. It's better for you guys to leave. It's dangerous to stay here." Wan Dao sighed and said, "Yes, Senior." Lei Xingfeng thought for a moment. He took out a few Luan rings and said, "This is to compensate you. Sorry, I didn't expect that the enemy would find this place." Wan Dao took the Luan rings and looked at them. He couldn't help but be shocked. "Luan rings?" Tanda said, "Yes, Luan rings. Your luck is not bad. This thing is very useful to you." Wan Dao immediately felt better. He said, "Thank you, Senior. Goodbye." He obviously knew the use of Luan rings. When he became a mill wheel master and wanted to level up, Luan rings were a good thing. It was very helpful to level up to Sage. Lei Xingfeng brought Tanda and Wu Zhen back to the Luan spot. He opened the Luan spot and went back through the ancient Luan passage. 8 days later, Lei Xingfeng brought Mad Eagle and Tiger Love out of the Luan spot. This time, Lei Xingfeng didn't bring Tanda and Wu Zhen. He brought 2 guards back to the town. The 2 guards both had 8 true ring bodies. Lei Xingfeng didn't believe that the maskers could have many high-level true sages. This time, not only did he bring 2 guards, but he also contacted his 3rd senior brother Exine Jiaoluan and asked him to come to the center of Wanxi continent. 3rd senior brother Exine Jiaoluan was a 9th ring sage, almost a monarch. Once he comes, Exine Feng can do whatever he wants. Mad Eagle said, "This is the town?" Lei Xingfeng nodded. "Yes, this is the town." Everyone's gone. The entire town was dead. Not a single person could be seen walking around. After checking, he found that everyone had left. Of course, Million Blade and the other cultivators had also left. Tiger Love said, "It's normal. You've already destroyed half of the town. No one dares to stay here for now. It should recover after a while." Lei Xingfeng nodded. "Yes." Mad Eagle said, This maskers organization. This is the first time I've heard of it. Where did they come from? Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly. I don't know either. They've been targeting me for no reason. Mad Eagle said, It's okay. If they appear again, I'll find a way to find their base. I'll kill them all. Lei Xingfeng felt a chill in his heart. This was the ruthlessness of a master. He didn't even bother to deal with them. Once he found their base, he would destroy it. Tiger Love laughed. They're unlucky to have messed with you. Lei Xingfeng said, I didn't want to mess with them. I just wanted to find someone who knew that I would meet this group of lunatics. They didn't even bother to explain. They just killed as soon as they saw me. He just wanted to find his little sister, and he didn't expect to encounter such a terrible situation. Mad Eagle said, There's another Lun spot nearby? Lei Xingfeng nodded. Yes, there's another one. This is a trade route. We have to pass through between two Lun spots. That's why there's this town. Mad Eagle said, Let's go. He carried Lei Xingfeng on his back and flew with Tiger Love to another Lun spot. In just a few moments, they arrived at another Lun spot. Lei Xingfeng said, That guy probably retreated from here. But after a Lun spot is activated, it can lead to many places. We can't find their base. Damn. I don't know if they can follow us. At this time, he actually hoped that the opponent would find them. Then he wouldn't have to waste time looking for them. Mad Eagle said, Don't worry. You killed a few of their true masters. They probably hate you to the bone, and will definitely follow you here. Tiger Love started the Lun spot and said, Where to? Lei Xingfeng said, Find a place with more people. Tiger Love nodded. Okay, let's go. Ripple Origin City. Through the Lun spot, the most populated area was the famous Ripple Origin City. It was a city on a large island in the middle of the lake. Moreover, the surrounding islands were also filled with people. Every island near Ripple Origin Lake had one or two towns. There were also many small islands that were purely fishing villages. Lei Xingfeng and the other two walked out of the Lun spot and immediately discovered that this place was different. Lei Xingfeng discovered for the first time that after coming out of the Lun spot, this place was actually a small city on an island. This island had a radius of about 20 kilometers. In Ripple Origin Lake, it was considered a medium-sized island. Around the island were boats of all sizes. Without a boat, it was almost impossible to move. Of course, if one had Mad Eagle and Tiger Love's methods, they wouldn't need a boat. Flying had always been the privilege of a high-level true master. Even if Lei Xingfeng had 4 true ring bodies and was a great true Luanine master, he still couldn't fly. The surroundings were filled with vendors, setting up all sorts of stalls. Among them, food stalls took up more than half. Lei Xingfeng and the other two had just left the Lun spot when they heard a loud voice. Please don't stay. Quickly leave the Lun spot. There are people coming from behind. A few cultivators were taking turns to give directions, as if this was an important traffic route. Lei Xingfeng and the other two quickly left the Lun spot. Then a few more people appeared. They seemed to come here often and didn't need to be reminded. A cultivator quickly walked over and said, "The 3 of you, please register." Lei Xingfeng was shocked. Register? The cultivator nodded. Yes, you are foreign cultivators and must register. Oh, right. We are cultivators from Ripple Origin City. Lei Xingfeng said, "If we don't register, what will happen to you?" The cultivator laughed. "If you don't register, then please return. Even if you are a true master, you still have to register. And if you go to any large sex territory, this procedure is necessary. We don't have any bad intentions." Mad Eagle nodded. Lei Xingfeng knew that the cultivator wasn't talking nonsense. "Okay, I'll register then. My surname is Doe. My name is..." Naiwen. Tiger Love and Mad Eagle were shocked. His name was changed? Not Lei Xingfeng, but teasing you? Damn, this brat is messing around again. The two couldn't help but smile. The cultivator nodded. And surname Doe? Okay, I'll record it. AI, how come you don't know anything? You only speak half of it. Lei Xingfeng thought, speak half of it? What did I leave? Suddenly, he realized and laughed. Oh, I didn't have time to say it. I'm a mill wheel master. The other party was just a mill wheel master, so he couldn't see Lei Xingfeng's level. The cultivator couldn't help but be shocked. Little brother, you're amazing. You're a mill wheel master. How old are you? Lei Xingfeng said, I'm in my 40s. Hee hee, I just look young. Mad Eagle and Tiger Love stared at Lei Xingfeng in shock. This guy wasn't speaking the truth at all. The cultivator suddenly said, No wonder. AI, brother, I'm also in my 40s, but I look like I'm in my 60s. You can't compare yourself to others. Oh, right, these two, are they also cultivators? Lei Xingfeng said, No, they're just normal people. They're my workers. The cultivator laughed. You're amazing. You're willing to spend so much money to bring two normal people. You're rich. He finished recording and said, All right, keep this small token. Mill Wheel Master has a lot of privileges in our Ripple Origin City. Remember, don't kill normal people. I know you guys from small places don't put normal people in your eyes, but it's different here. A normal person might have a true master-level expert in his family. If you kill someone randomly, don't blame me for not reminding you. Lei Xingfeng casually hung a white token on his waist. The three left Lu and Diane's location and quickly blended into the crowd. Tiger Love laughed. The person who recorded this is an idiot. I don't know why Ripple Origin City uses such people. Lei Xingfeng didn't understand. Why do you say that? Tiger Love said, How can normal people dress like us? You must be joking. Xian Feng lightly slapped his forehead and said, That's right. Hee, who cares as long as he doesn't bother me. Mad Eagle said, He should have sent out a signal and has his eyes on us. Tiger Love thought for a bit and laughed. Hee, that's true. I'm just messing with you. You'll understand once you react to the name. They'll probably have their eyes on us. But they'll just have their eyes on us. Nothing much. Lei Xingfeng realized that there were a lot of cultivators here. At least half of the crowd were cultivators. There was at least one cultivator among the three of them. Moreover, the cultivators were walking around in groups. Many of them had the same clothes. Clearly, they were from the same organization. Lei Xingfeng said, It's rare to see so many cultivators here. But why isn't there a true master-level expert? Mad Eagle said, It's normal. True masters don't need to come out and find what they need. In a large sect, a true master-level expert is at least a middle-level expert. They have a lot of subordinates. Tiger Love also said, After reaching true master level, they spend most of their time cultivating or making their own weapons. They don't have time to walk around. Chapter 136. Lei Xingfeng said, Right, I don't have a good weapon yet. I need to find some time to refine one. Tiger Love smiled. There's no need. The most powerful weapon for a true human is your own seal. If you really need a weapon, you'll have to wait until you become a monarch. That'll be a necessity. There are no strong experts here. The information he revealed surprised Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng asked, What do you mean? What do you mean there are no strong experts here? Mad Eagle explained, The continents here are very peaceful. The strongest is only a ninth ring sage. Monarchs almost never appear here. 4 ninth ring sages. The resources here are too poor. They need to go to other places. That's where the real danger lies. Well, you'll know when you reach ninth ring. You don't have to worry about it now. Tiger Love also said, this is a place to grow, not a place to fight. Well, even if it's a battle, it's a place for you to gain experience. This is also why we're following you. When you grow, you'll know that becoming a true human is just the beginning. Lei Xingfeng said, okay, I understand. For some reason, he suddenly felt his blood boiling. Tiger Love said, we're strong now. When you reach ninth ring, you'll know that we've used up all our potential. It'll be difficult for us to improve. This he and I know very well. Once you reach Monarch, maybe you'll have a way to help us reach ninth ring. Beyond that, we don't know. Mad Eagle said, if you can reach sixth ring as soon as possible, you'll barely make it. Well, it's not bad to move around the periphery. Right, many people in the sect go there. Lei Xingfeng said, you've been there before? Yes, Fengming said. Shihu and I went there when we were in the seventh ring. After we reached the eighth ring, we were called back and became your guards. Lei Xingfeng asked, what is this place? Why is it so mysterious? Tiger Love said, there's no point in knowing now. It'll only make him feel uneasy. It's better to wait until you advance to sixth ring. I estimate that you'll only advance to sixth ring in about 10 years. It'll be very fast. I'm so envious. Lei Xingfeng thought, more than 10 years? That's impossible. As long as I find a suitable place to cultivate, I'll be able to advance to six-ringed or even seven-ringed in a few years. I have the secret technique that Yi invented. How can I advance so slowly? He had the experience of cultivating in a natural lightning field. As long as he could find a suitable place, it wouldn't be a problem for him to advance. No matter what, he had to find Yi and his little sister first. Only then would Lei Xingfeng be at ease and proceed with his advancement. Right now, he still couldn't let go. Following the street, they soon arrived at the island. The entire island was surrounded by a pier built with stones. Boats of all sizes were densely docked there. Among them, there were large sailboats, single-oared boats, and a large number of ferries. Mad Eagle quickly hired a small boat. The three of them boarded. This place wasn't far from Ripple Origin City. It was about half a day's journey by water. After arriving here, neither Mad Eagle nor Tiger Love planned to fly in the sky. That would be too eye-catching. Once they flew, it would probably cause a commotion in Ripple Origin City. At that time, they definitely wouldn't be as free as before. No large sect would ignore such terrifying experts. Therefore, the three of them obediently hired a boat. In any case, it was only half a day. It wouldn't take long. This small boat was owned by a young man and an old man. It only cost 3 silver rings to get to Ripple Origin City. This price was very cheap for Lei Xingfeng and the others. However, it was different for the boatmen. Ordinary people would never spend this kind of money. Every household here had a boat. No one would spend so much money to hire a boat. Cultivators wouldn't care about this kind of expense. Although the two of them were extremely respectful, they definitely didn't show any fear. In fact, they had seen a lot of cultivators here. It was different from the countryside. Even ordinary people here were experienced and knowledgeable. They all knew that as long as you didn't provoke a cultivator and maintained respect and patience, no cultivator would do anything to you. Although the ship was very small, there was still a decent amount of space at the front of the ship. There was a square table with a large reed mat on it. On the table, there were some salted fish, some dried shrimps, and some fruits and other snacks. Soon, the boat left the pier and headed towards Ripple Origin City. Mad Eagle said, "If we go to Ripple Origin City, those masked men won't dare to follow us. They will probably follow us after we leave." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, I'm going to Ripple Origin City to find some enlightened beings. As long as I find the answer, we will leave. Mad Eagle said, large sects are very arrogant. You have to be prepared to be rejected. He he. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, at worst, I'll just kidnap an enlightened being. It's no big deal. Mad Eagle and Tiger Love looked at each other and smiled. Tiger Love smiled and said, well, if you want to do this, we will definitely support you. Ha ha. Lei Xingfeng knew that no matter what decision he made, these two guards would carry it out and give him advice. However, once he made up his mind, they would definitely carry it out without any hesitation, even if it meant sending them to their deaths. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to send these two high-level guards to their deaths. After chatting along the way, the boat soon entered Ripple Origin City. There were many patrolling boats on the lake. In the afternoon, the boat docked at Ripple Origin City's pier. The pier was huge, and one couldn't see the end of it on either side. All kinds of boats were lined up in a row, and the dense masts looked like dense hedgehogs. Lei Xingfeng said with emotion, we finally see a large city. From the edge of the island, there were countless houses and buildings that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were no walls here, and there were all kinds of buildings. From the pier to the street, one could be considered to have entered Ripple Origin City. There were no guards here. After all, large sects wouldn't restrict people from entering, especially cultivators. This was the confidence of large sections. Walking along the street, there were countless streets that led to the pier. Basically, every few dozen meters, there would be a road that led into Ripple Origin City. The three swaggered into Ripple Origin City. Lei Xingfeng was very curious, so he kept looking around. Most of the houses here were made of stone. The deeper they went, the denser the buildings on both sides of the street. The streets were very wide, and there were all kinds of trees on both sides. It was a very refreshing city. The ground was very clean, and there wasn't any trash. Mad Eagle asked, where are we going? Lei Xingfeng said, we are going to find the cultivators' gathering place. Any city occupied by a force would be divided into two parts. One part was for ordinary people, and the other part was for cultivators. The distinction between the two was very clear. Ordinary people couldn't enter the cultivators' area unless there was a need to. Of course, cultivators didn't care. They could enter anywhere. After asking a few people, the three quickly found the cultivators' area. This area was fenced off in the middle of the island, occupying a very good location. Inside, there were individual houses surrounded by green trees and lawns. There were obviously fewer people on the streets. Most of them were cultivators, and there were only a few ordinary people. They were either carrying baskets or pushing carts. They were obviously servants. Standing on the street, Lei Xingfeng was a bit confused. He couldn't just knock on the door and enter a stranger's house. He needed to find the true human rank expert here. Mad Eagle laughed and said, how about it? Do you need help? Tiger Love couldn't help but laugh and said, there are two ways. One is to knock on the door and ask. The other is to provoke and fight. I guarantee that a true human rank expert will appear. Hee hee. Mad Eagle nodded and laughed. Oh, not bad. One is more gentle, the other is more violent. Which one do you like? Lei Xingfeng looked at the two unscrupulous guards with a bitter smile. This was the first time he saw them use such a method. Although it was a bit shameless, he felt that it should be useful. He said, I like the second option. Hee hee, I lack fighting experience now. Mad Eagle said, then just pick a random house and fight. He said with a bit of evil. Xianfeng was a bit hesitant. To kill them for no reason was too rude. This was too much. No matter what, there had to be a reason. To kill them like this was something Xianfeng couldn't do. He hesitated. This doesn't seem too good. right? And they are a large sect. If we cause trouble, won't we be beaten up? Sherhu smiled. That's for sure. Mad Eagle nodded and said, Of course. Any cultivator will go crazy if they fight for no reason. Tiger Love said, As long as you can control them. Hee, don't worry. With us here, no one can hurt you. The two were very excited and instigated, as if he would let them down if he didn't fight. Lei Xingfeng scratched his head and said, Why do I feel like something is wrong? I'm here to find someone, not to seek revenge. Mad Eagle spread out his hands and said, You decide. We are just giving advice. Lei Xingfeng suddenly reacted and said, Hey, I don't need to do this. Why offend a large sect for no reason? Just go and ask. You too. He didn't know what to say. Mad Eagle and Tiger Love smiled honestly and didn't say anything else. Lei Xingfeng chose a more luxurious house and raised his hand to knock on the door. A servant came out of the room and opened the door to the courtyard. He said, Who are you looking for? Lei Xingfeng said, Is your master here? The servant asked, Who are you? I can report to my master. Lei Xingfeng said, A friend. Go and inform him. The servant still wanted to ask, but Lei Xingfeng's face had already turned cold. He said, Hurry up. He released his aura slightly, and the servant was so scared that his whole body went soft. He said repeatedly, Yes, yes, I will inform my master. Chapter 137. The servant's face was as pale as a sheet as he crawled back. Mad Eagle giggled and whispered, I bet the owner of this house won't be happy when he comes out. Hee. Tiger Love said, No need to bet. I agree. Sure enough, a middle-aged man came out angrily. He came to the door and said, Who are you looking for? He glanced at Lei Xingfeng's waist and saw the white badge. His expression turned slightly better. After all, he was a mill wheel master, the same level as him. Besides, he was so young. To have such strength proved that he had great potential. He didn't dare to lose his temper. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, I just want to ask for directions. How do I get into the inner sect? The man said, Inner sect? Who are you looking for? His attitude became better. After all, if he was looking for someone from the inner sect, he should have some connections with the sect. Unexpectedly, Lei Xingfeng said, I don't have anyone in particular. I just want to find a perfected person. Well, any perfected person will do. It's best if it's a high-level perfected person. The man almost fell. His expression changed. He said, You're making fun of me? Lei Xingfeng said, Why would I make fun of you? The man was furious. He said, Bastard, get away. You're F***king, looking for trouble. Get away. Mad Eagle and Tiger Love couldn't help but laugh. Lei Xingfeng was scolded. He was stunned. He said, That's strange. Why are you scolding me? The man turned and left. He closed the door and scolded, What the F***ck is this? How dare you come here to make fun of me? Lei Xingfeng raised his foot and kicked the door. With a bang, the door was broken. He said, You come here. That person was not in a good mood to begin with. When he turned around and saw that his door was broken, he was immediately enraged. He came to the door and cursed, Are you F***king tired of living? How dare you come here and behave so atrociously? If you're tired of living, then go die yourself. Don't bother me. He cursed very viciously. Mad Eagle and Tiger Love, the two unscrupulous bodyguards, couldn't hold back their smiles, as if they were watching a good show. Lei Xingfeng suddenly turned around and said, Sai, you guys are right. With his temper, he would definitely not be able to tolerate it. Even in his previous life, he would not be indifferent to being scolded like this. Therefore, At this point, there was no need for him to endure it. This was a rare opportunity, and he could take advantage of it to flip out. That person had no time to react. Lei Xingfeng was a fourth ring sage, and he was just a small mill-wheel master. The two of them were not on the same level, so he didn't even have time to react. Lei Xingfeng appeared in front of that person in a flash. He grabbed that person's hair and pressed it down. Then he viciously used his knee. Bang! Bang! 2 sounds. The knee directly hit that person's face. Fortunately, Lei Xingfeng didn't intend to kill him. He just wanted to teach him a lesson. So he didn't kill him. As he used his knee to hit him, he said, "Didn't your mother teach you the most basic manners?" As he spoke, he used his knee to hit him again. At the same time, he let go of that person's hair. That person was like a fish that had jumped out of the water. He was sent flying by Lei Xingfeng's knee. That person howled in pain. Lei Xingfeng stepped forward and suddenly punched that person's chin. At the same time, he said, "Since your mother doesn't want to teach you, I will teach you personally what damn manners are." This punch directly sent that person's body, which was about to fall, flying again. Mad Eagle couldn't help but touch his chin. Just now, when he saw Lei Xingfeng's punch, his chin hurt. This kind of attack was very refreshing. He said, "Tiger, our little master, is still very fierce, hee." Tiger Love said, "I don't know what kind of fighting technique this is, but it's very fierce. Hee, I like it." Mad Eagle laughed and said, "Violent beating, Lei Xingfeng hit very valiantly. Even though that person had already activated his defense, he was still smashed by his fist. That person's howls became louder and louder. He couldn't say a complete sentence. Any words that he wanted to say were fiercely beaten into words that flew out. However, such a violent beating quickly attracted the attention of the neighbors. They were all neighbors and cultivators from the same organization. Seeing their companions being beaten up, those cultivators couldn't stand it any longer. 7 or 8 cultivators ran out and cried for help at the same time. More cultivators came out. Soon, dozens of people gathered. They were all cultivators below the level of mill-wheel master. Lei Xingfeng didn't attract the attention of a true master, but he succeeded in angering the crowd. The group of people quickly gathered. Mad Eagle and Tiger Love looked on indifferently. With their strength, they could probably kill these people with one slap. However, the two of them didn't plan to do anything. They knew that with just these people, they couldn't threaten Lei Xingfeng. However, Mad Eagle still reminded them and said, "You're going to be beaten up by the crowd." If Lei Xingfeng said that he would stop them, Mad Eagle and Tiger Love wouldn't just stand by and watch. However, Lei Xingfeng didn't plan to let the two of them join in. This crazy beating made him feel good. He grabbed that person's hair and dragged him out of the door. The group of people retreated slightly. Lei Xingfeng had already dragged that person out of the door. He said, "Did you have fun scolding me?" That person's nose was caved in, his teeth were all broken, and he kept vomiting blood. It looked very serious, but Lei Xingfeng knew that this was just a flesh wound. It didn't hurt him at all. He just needed to rest for a few days. The group of people looked at their pitiful companion and were instantly furious. Someone shouted, "Motherf asterisk cur! Beat him up!" Following the shout, 7 or 8 people pounced on him. Lei Xingfeng grinned and said, "Good." He let go of his hand and got up to meet them. One in each hand, Lei Xingfeng grabbed the hair of the 2 people who pounced on him the fastest. His arms exerted force, and the 2 people's heads slammed together. Bang! The 2 people went limp. They hugged their heads and lay on the ground. The 2 people were in so much pain that they rolled on the ground. Lei Xingfeng attacked with his hands and feet. He was like a madman, He really pointed to the east and hit the west. There was a series of crackling sounds. In just a few breaths, more than 10 people were lying on the ground. No one could block his attack. Moreover, Lei Xingfeng's hands were very heavy. As long as they were hit, they would lose their ability to attack. Among this group of people, there was a person who seemed to be smart. He shouted, "Don't come into contact with him. Attack him from afar." Suddenly, countless attacks were launched. Skills of various attributes were shot out like rain. Lei Xingfeng sneered. His body trembled slightly, and a layer of lightning appeared. Boom, boom. Those attacks all landed on his body. The dazzling brilliance gradually disappeared. Soon, Lei Xingfeng's body was revealed. He stood on the ground with a look of indifference. He stared at the crowd and suddenly laughed. He said, "It's impolite not to return the favor. Ha ha, take one of my attacks." A bolt of lightning flew out and suddenly turned into a sky full of electric arcs. In an instant, everyone was knocked down. One by one, they were twitching on the ground. Only Mad Eagle and Tiger Love let the electric arcs jump on their bodies as if nothing happened. Mad Eagle even said sarcastically, "Oh, this hit us." Tiger Love said, "Yeah, is it because we didn't attack?" Lei Xingfeng said, unhappily, "You guys aren't afraid of my attacks. I won't be distracted. That's not fun." Tiger Love spread out his hands and said, "Ha, do whatever you want." The group of people twitched on the ground. The practitioners who came out later were all scared. They could see that Lei Xingfeng's strength was definitely that of a true master. Immediately, someone ran to report. Although the others also came over, they didn't dare to get close. The practitioners on the ground were all standing in front of 3 people, so it was very eye-catching. Lei Xingfeng said, "I don't want to be like this either. Actually, close combat is better." Boring. The people on the ground endured the numbness with great difficulty, but none of them dared to stand up. If they still didn't understand after fighting until now, then they were really stupid. This was definitely a true master. There was no doubt. With so many people attacking together, the opponent easily defended. This wasn't something a mill-wheel master could do. Someone couldn't help but curse. "Ten Old Xian, it's all your fault." "How did you provoke?" "Senior, Ten Old Xian was the one who was beaten up by Exinfeng. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He couldn't say anything. He couldn't tell others that Exinfeng came to ask for directions and was scolded by him, not to mention himself. Anyone who heard would have the urge to beat him up, but he didn't know that Exinfeng was a true master. He always thought that Exinfeng was the same as him. A Miloon master, because of the white plate on this bastard's waist. Wasn't he bullying him on purpose? Lei Xingfeng squatted down and dragged Tan Old Xian to his side and said, "You're called Tan Old Xian?" Tan Old Xian was about to cry. He couldn't be bullied like that. His face was covered in blood. Exinfeng had a gentle expression as he spoke. "I was only asking for directions. I don't understand why you're scolding me, and in such a bad way. Do we have any grudges?" The people lying on the ground couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Scolded for asking for directions? Was this Tan Old Xian crazy? Tan Old Xian let out a smile that was uglier than crying. He stuttered, "Senior? Senior, I had eyes but couldn't see." "Senior," Lei Xingfeng said, "do we have a grudge?" Tan Old Xian said, No. Lei Xingfeng said, "Then why did you scold me?" Although strength was respected here, if one stood on the side of reason, then there was even more reason to be angry. This kind of bullying was what Lei Xingfeng liked to do. He was very happy to beat you up and make you apologize. Tan Old Xian said, Senior, sorry." As expected, he apologized. He could not apologize. Who asked him to scold him so badly in the beginning? Mad Eagle and Tiger Love couldn't hold back their laughter. Mad Eagle said softly, Young master is too bad, hee hee. Tiger Love said, "This is fun." The two suddenly raised their heads and saw a group of people rushing towards them from the other side of the street. Feng Ying said, "Finally, a few sages are here. Haha, this is a good idea. Otherwise, it would be hard to see them." Chapter 138. The four elders of Ripple Origin City were led by an old man with white hair and a distinctive long beard that extended all the way to his chest. He wore a long red satin robe and walked at an extremely fast speed. In just a few steps, he had already arrived in front of the three of them. Lei Xingfeng could clearly see that the old man's feet didn't touch the ground. He was actually flying close to the ground. This proved that he was at least a sixth ringed true Yin master, a true Yin master. This also proved that Ripple Origin City was quite strong. Lei Xingfeng observed the other true masters behind the old man and knew that they were very ordinary, at most three-ringed true Yin masters. Mad Eagle reminded in a small voice, "Be careful, he's a sixth-ringed true master." Xian Feng couldn't hide his strength in front of this man. The old man had seen through his strength with a single glance. 4 true ring bodies, great true Luanine master. That was fine. But what shocked him the most was the 2 men behind Xian Feng. He couldn't see through their strength at all, but he was sure that they weren't normal people. They were definitely stronger than him, at least with 7 true ring bodies. Once they reached that level, they would be peak existences in this continent. The old man waited for the other 3 elders to arrive before speaking. "And Chun, true Yin master, may I ask where our esteemed guest is from?" His words shocked everyone. Almost everyone here was a cultivator. Who didn't know that in Chun was the great elder of Ripple Origin City? Not only was he strong, he was also a very domineering person. No one would have thought that he would be so careful in announcing himself. This meant that the other party was on the same level as him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so polite. Lei Xingfeng smiled faintly. Lei Xingfeng, great true Yin master. The 3 elders behind Anduin all revealed shocked expressions. Looking at Xian Feng, they knew that this person was very young, but he was already a 4th-ringed true master, much stronger than the 3 of them. Lei Xingfeng asked, "You're in charge of the affairs here?" And Chun said, "No, I'm not in charge. Hee hee, everything is handled by them. Introduce yourselves." He pointed at the 3 elders beside him. The 3 elders behind him came forward, 2 males and 1 female. The males were middle-aged while the female was an old woman, but she was second only to Chun, Yanwei, true Luanine master. A true Luanine master was a level lower than a great true Yin master, 3-ringed true Yin masters. Wu, great mill wheel master. This was an expert with 2-ringed true Yin masters. Qianzheng Kuan, mill wheel master. 1 true master who just stepped into the realm, the weakest of the 3. "Little brother, who are these 2? And Dun asked. He was worried about Feng Ying and sure who. He wanted to know how strong they were. Feng Ying and Shihu both looked at Xi and Feng. The two of them were guards and couldn't act like their little master. Xi and Feng nodded. He wasn't here to kill. He was here to gather information. It would be good if he could intimidate them. Seeing Lei Xingfeng nod, Mad Eagle stepped forward and said, "Old Eagle, True Heart E Master." And Chun almost went crazy. True Heart E Master? That was an 8th ring True E Master. Who was this person? Tiger Love stepped forward and said, "Tiger, True Heart E Master." 2 8th ringed True E Masters shocked the group to the point of dizziness. This was too terrifying. 2 super experts, both 8th ringed True Heart E Masters. What a joke. Just these 2 alone were enough to wipe out a sect. Tan Lao Xian rolled his eyes and fainted. He actually cursed at a 4th ringed True E Master. The most terrifying thing was that among the 3, there were 2 8th ringed True E Masters. Even if he wanted to die, this wasn't the way to do it. And Chun didn't even look at the disciples on the ground. He smiled and said, "Honored guests, please follow me, please." They were very enthusiastic, but he couldn't be too enthusiastic. If he offended these 3, it would be a problem for Ripple Origin City to continue to exist. It wouldn't be difficult for 7th ring, 8th ring, and 9th ring true body experts to wipe out a sect. Unless there was a similar expert, it would be completely over. Hence, the threat the 3 of them posed to Ripple Origin City was unimaginable. Although Onduin wasn't the strongest person in Ripple Origin City, he was definitely one of the few decision-makers in Ripple Origin City. The life and death of Ripple Origin City was fundamentally related to him, so he was naturally very nervous. Lei Xingfeng wouldn't make things difficult for the cultivators on the ground. His goal was to lure out the true E-Masters of Ripple Origin City. Now that his goal was achieved, he didn't bother with these low-leveled cultivators. After Lei Xingfeng and the other 2 left within Chun, the group of people on the ground slowly got up. Soon, they discovered that although their bodies were numb for a while, none of them were heavily injured. Clearly, Lei Xingfeng was merciful. Tan Lao Xian slowly woke up. He was the last one to get up. Someone said, "Tan Lao Xian, you bastard, do you want to kill us all?" With one person starting, everyone pointed their spears at him and cursed. Tan Lao Xian said angrily, "F***CK. I didn't know. Those 3 were true E-Masters. I'm just unlucky. Why are you guys shouting?" In his anger, he didn't choose his words carefully. Someone shouted, "F***King Bastard. Beat him up." Immediately, everyone surrounded him and started punching and kicking him. Tan Lao Xian wasn't Lei Xingfeng. How could he withstand so many people's attacks? Very quickly, he was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. This time, it wasn't a flesh wound. Some people hated him for causing trouble and attacked him viciously. After a while, Tan Lao Xian stopped breathing. Someone shouted, "Stop hitting him. Tan Lao Xian is going to die." Killing a fellow sect member was a serious crime. Immediately, the crowd dispersed. Only Tan Lao Xian was left lying on the ground. Tan Lao Xian's servant dragged him home. After this blow, Tan Lao Xian quickly left Ripple Origin City. Later on, he found a remote village and went into seclusion after killing the cultivators there. In this lifetime, he never took a step into Ripple Origin City again. Sitting in the guest hall, Lei Xingfeng smiled. "Olden, this place is not bad. How many cultivators are there in Ripple Origin City?" And Chun laughed bitterly and thought, "Olden? That's a new way to address him." Even practitioners of the same level as him had to call him Olden, but this little fellow called him old in the moment he opened his mouth. However, he wasn't angry on the way here. He had already figured out that these two eighth-ringed experts were like Xian Feng's followers. Even when they walked, they would always follow behind him, and they didn't speak at all. He said, "We have tens of thousands of cultivators here. There are thousands of mill wheel masters." Lei Xingfeng said, "How many true masters are there?" "Don't mind me, I'm just curious." Anduin said proudly, "True master-level experts. We have 270 people here. Hee hee." Lei Xingfeng was shocked. "So little," and Chun said seriously, "That's quite a lot. Almost 300 true masters. Normal sects don't have that many masters." Fengming pursed his lips. A few hundred sages were already bragging. He was sure that although there were many sages in Ripple Origin City, there were at least 100 first ring sages. There shouldn't be many high-level sages. According to his estimate, there shouldn't be more than 23rd ring sages. Tiger Love also curled his lips. He wondered if Ripple Origin City had a 9th ring sage. At most, there would be an 8th ring sage. Maybe 1 or 2 7th ring sages. What Lei Xingfeng didn't know was that Ripple Origin City didn't have a 9th ring sage. There was an 8th ring sage, but this ancestor had left the sect to visit friends. This was why Chun was nervous. Ripple Origin City didn't have the power to withstand the attack of 2 8th ring sages. He had already sent out orders that no one was to anger these 3 in Ripple Origin City, no matter what they did, even if they killed people on the street. And Chun said, "Brother Lei, which sect do you belong to?" Lei Xingfeng smiled. "I don't belong to any sect." And Chun didn't believe him. "Ha! Brother Lei, you must be joking." Lei Xingfeng said, "I'm not joking." And Chun suddenly reacted. You're not from a hidden sect, are you?" I didn't ask." His heart pounded fiercely. Hidden sects were more powerful than any other sect. They weren't experts of this world. The only reason they came to this world was to train their disciples. He knew that he guessed right. Otherwise, he wouldn't have 2 8th ring sages as his subordinates. Lei Xingfeng smiled. "We're even more powerful than a hidden sect." A hidden sect was an organization, but they weren't. They were an independent sect. Seeing that Lei Xingfeng didn't answer, and Chun smiled helplessly and said, "Brother Lei, what can I help you with?" Lei Xingfeng nodded. "I do need your help." "Ha! Are you familiar with the large sects in Wanxi continent? I'm talking about famous sections." And Chun paused. "I'm not very familiar with them, but I know a little." "Which sect do you need information about?" Lei Xingfeng said, "I'm looking for someone, but I don't know which sect she's in. It should be a large sect. Her name is Aslan. Like me, she's also a great true Luanine master. She has a special characteristic. She has a green wheel." And Chun said, "Aslan? 4 true ring bodies, green wheel. I've never heard of it. The center of Wanxi continent is very big, and there are many large sections. It's very difficult to find someone, but with these clues, it's not completely hopeless." Aslan, she's a girl?" Lei Xingfeng nodded. "She's a bit older, and a girl. She's good at making medicine. She shouldn't be unknown." And Chun shook his head. A great true Luanine master is considered a high-level cultivator, but in the center of Wanxi continent, there are still many of them. However, green wheels are rare. After thinking for a while, he said, "There's one thing you don't know. Any sect will take care to hide information about a cultivator with a green wheel. A sect with a high-level true master with a green wheel won't announce it." Chapter 139. Lei Xingfeng said, "Afraid of being poached?" And Chun said, "Poached? Yes, that's a good way to put it. Indeed, a green Luan attribute is a talent that any large sect would want. If there's a chance, of course they'll poach her." Xian Feng spoke. I'm afraid it's hard to hide. An expert with the green Luan attribute isn't famous for fighting, but for her potions and her ability to heal injuries. If that's the case, she should be quite famous. And Chun nodded. Okay, I'll arrange for people to investigate. As long as she's famous, I think we should be able to find her. Lei Xingfeng said, then I'll have to trouble you. Of course, if you can find her, I'll pay for it. Whether it's Luan rings or Luanine rings, I'll pay for them. And Chun was shocked. Any sect would crave for Luan and Luanine rings. They were hard currency and were hard to get. He nodded. Okay, I'll arrange for people to contact the large sections. As long as they have contact with Ripple Origin City, I'll send people to ask. Lei Xingfeng thanked him. He knew that with his own strength, he wouldn't be able to find Aslan. In the Wanxi continent, finding someone without an exact location was like finding a needle in a haystack. It was too difficult, and Chun apologized to Lei Xingfeng and said that he would punish Tan Old Xian. Lei Xingfeng immediately waved his hand. Don't punish him, there's no need. With his status, there was no need to argue with a small mill wheel engineer. And Chun was just going through the motions. He didn't want to punish a low-level disciple. Of course, he had to show his attitude. He also knew that Lei Xingfeng wouldn't pursue the matter. He nodded. Okay, Brother Lei, how long do you plan to stay in Ripple Origin City? Lei Xingfeng said, as long as there's news, immediately smiled
we'll leave immediately.
and said, Old Qian
didn't want to
you
stay
seem to have
here
something
for
to
too
say.
long.
Qian and Chun heaved a sigh of relief. Smiled bitterly
He
to
didn't want to
himself.
keep these three
Old Qian,
strong
this
guys.
title was a mess.
Who knew when he would
He
offend
said,
them?
Senior,
They were like
I've been to a place where it
unknown
often
bombs
rains
that could blow
it's
up
not
the
far
entire
from here.
sect.
You can
Lei
reach it
Xingfeng
with a
asked,
Luan spot.
Olden,
Does it
Lei
often rain
Xingfeng
here?
was overjoyed.
Anduin wasn't the
He
only
said,
one who was
really?
stunned.
That's great.
Even Mad Eagle and
Qian
Tiger Love were
Zhengkuen
confused.
said,
There's
the
a mountain
others were
range
even
over there.
more confused.
And Dun said,
And Dun
you mean
was puzzled.
Disorderly Lake
The
Mountain?
rainy season is over.
Qian Zhengkuen
It
nodded.
rarely rains now.
Yes, it's Disorderly
Lei
Lake
Xingfeng
Mountain.
said.
Yes,
And Dun said,
is it that there are
that's
none
right.
or very few?
Indeed, it often rains
And
there.
Chun said,
It's very
dangerous.
rare. I
Lei
can't say
Xingfeng
for
said,
sure.
What's so
Occasionally,
dangerous about it?
There will be heavy
And
rain.
Dun said,
There's
Lei
not
Xingfeng
only
nodded
heavy rain,
and said,
but also
okay,
dangerous
I got it.
lightning. He really
Disorderly
wanted
Lake
thunderstorm
Mountain,
weather,
also known
he had
as
already
Mount Lei
stabilized
Ji.
his fourth
No one
true
lives
ring
there.
body, and
Lei
could continue
Xingfeng's
to
face was full
cultivate
of smiles.
crazily.
He said,
However,
really?
he had to find
That's great.
thunderstorm
Old
weather.
Qian, lead
Only
the way.
then could he
If you're
cultivate
right,
as fast
I'll give you
as
Luan
possible.
rings.
This was his
Qian
secret
Zhengkuen
technique.
went
At this
crazy.
moment,
He
Qian
said,
Zhengkuen opened
Luan
his
rings.
mouth as though he wanted
You'll
to say
give me
something,
Luan rings?
but he closed it
Lei
again.
Xingfeng laughed.
Coincidentally,
If that
Lei
Mount Lei
Xingfeng,
Ji,
who
really
was sitting
has
beside
countless
him,
thunderstorm,
happened to catch a glimpse of
I'll
him.
give you at least 100 Luan rings. If he could find a place to train, 100 Luan rings was nothing. He never cared about these things. As for Mad Eagle and Tiger Love, they didn't care about Luan rings at all. What they needed were Een rings. Those were treasures that could only be made by monarchs. Only with those things could they train. Of course, it was very difficult for them to get Een rings. They had to complete very difficult missions to get them. Even if they could get them, they were very few in number. Luan rings. Not only was Qian Zhengkuen excited, but Dun and the others also showed a trace of greed. These things were too rare. Lei Xingfeng said, Old Qian, lead the way. We'll go to Mount Lei Ji first. Oh, Olden, help me find Aslan as soon as possible. If you have any news, send someone to Mount Lei Ji to find me. Mount Lei Ji was also called Chaotic Lake Mountain. This was a very mystical place. Thunderstorms rained all year round. Basically, there would be a thunderstorm every few days. What was even more frightening was that the thunderstorms and lightning here were very dense. There were almost no creatures that could survive in the lightning, so no one would survive here. This kind of place was a treasure for Lei Xingfeng. It was a holy land for training. Lei Xingfeng also trained normally because of his excellent aptitude. Even if he trained normally, his speed was not bad. However, compared to training in the thunderstorm, the two were completely incomparable. Training in the thunderstorm was like the difference between an ox cart and a sports car. It was just that it wasn't easy to train in the thunderstorm. Back then, in order to find natural lightning, Elder Thunderstorm had taken him to the wildlands for a long time. Even during the rainy season, Lei Xingfeng couldn't always find places with lightning. Lei Xingfeng arrived at Mount Leiji. Unfortunately, it was sunny here. There wasn't even a thunderstorm, let alone lightning. Qian Zhongquan pointed to the mountain range in front and smiled. This is Mount Leiji. Well, it's not very big, but it's very famous for its thunderstorm. Lei Xingfeng stared at the mountain range, not far away. He smiled. What a strange mountain. No wonder it's called Chaotic Lake Mountain. Disorderly Lake Mountain was indeed very strange. On the surface of the endless lake, there were countless mountain peaks of varying heights scattered on the surface of the lake. One could barely make out the direction of the mountain range. There were no plants on the mountain peaks, only bare rocks. Only at the foot of the mountain were some reeds. Lei Xingfeng looked around for a moment. He said, "Let's go." There were no boats here. When they came out of the Luan Point, there was a small piece of land surrounded by lake water. Qian Zhongquan smiled bitterly. "Do we swim?" Mad Eagle said, "I'll do it." Tiger Love had already squatted down. Lei Xingfeng was lying on his back. Mad Eagle grabbed Qian Zhongquan and flew towards Mount Leiji. Qian Zhongquan screamed in shock. Mad Eagle shouted, "Shut up!" Qian Zhongquan's face turned red. He wasn't afraid, but it was too sudden. Even if he was a real person, he couldn't control himself when he flew into the air. Tiger Love carried Lei Xingfeng and flew quickly. In just a few seconds, he landed on the top of a tall mountain with Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng looked at Qian Zhongquan and said, "Go back first. If there's any news, let Olden come and inform us." Mad Eagle said, "I'll send him back." Ha ha. Qian Zhongquan couldn't go back by himself. With his strength, he couldn't open the Luan Point. This wasn't a fixed commercial channel, but a Luan Point used by high-level practitioners. Mad Eagle had just put Qian Zhongquan down. Hearing this, he immediately grabbed him and flew back. After a while, Mad Eagle came back. He smiled and said, "The little guy was still mumbling about Luan rings. Ha!" Lei Xingfeng slapped his head and said, "Oh, I forgot. I'll give it to him next time I see him." Mad Eagle couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha, you forgot. That Qian Zhongquan is going to cry. Ha ha." He seemed to be gloating. Tiger Love scratched his head and said, "The Luan mark is a great help to that guy. Of course he cares." Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly and said, "I'll make it up to him. Oh, right. If I forget again, please remind me." "Oh, I didn't mean to." Mad Eagle looked around. He walked to a huge rock and punched it. With a loud bang, the huge rock collapsed. He picked up a rock and examined it carefully. Lei Xingfeng also picked up a rock curiously. He looked at it and said in surprise, "Iron or—" He picked up another rock and realized that there was a suction force between the two. He said, "Magnetite." Tiger Love also picked up a rock and said, "What's magnetite?" Lei Xingfeng couldn't explain it. This was knowledge from his previous life, but he knew that magnetite was something he needed. Of course, he wouldn't collect it himself. He would ask his subordinates to do it in the future. He understood a little. No wonder there was lightning here. The entire mountain was probably a huge conductor of lightning. Mad Eagle said, "We can't stay on the mountain. Once the lightning strikes, it'll be difficult to block it." Even if he was an eighth ring, he still had to avoid the power of nature. Tiger Love agreed. "Let's go to the foot of the mountain. It's safer there." Mad Eagle was a little confused. There's nothing here other than some iron ore. Why stay here? Ha! There's nothing here. Lei Xingfeng said, I'm going to stay here for a while. Let's camp at the foot of the mountain for now. Once he made a decision, Mad Eagle and Tiger Love wouldn't object. They had no reason to support him. After all, they were just guards. Mad Eagle said, It's best if there's a boat. I'll go look for it. I'll be back in a while. Tiger Love nodded. Go ahead. I'll take care of the safety here. Mad Eagle said to Lei Xingfeng, I'll be back in a while. His body flickered into the air and disappeared in an instant. Tiger Love grabbed Lei Xingfeng's arm and jumped down from the mountain. At the foot of the mountain was a large muddy beach with countless reeds. Lei Xingfeng laughed bitterly and said, We really need a boat. There's no way to set up camp here. Tiger Love said, I feel a little uneasy here. Although it's sunny now, are we really going to stay here? He didn't know that Lei Xingfeng could benefit from the thunderstorm and wanted to leave with Lei Xingfeng. Chapter 140. Lei Xingfeng smiled. It's okay, I'm of the lightning attribute, so I'm naturally immune to lightning. 2 hours later, Mad Eagle came back. He flew directly to the lake and released a small boat from his hidden Luan space. With his strength, his hidden Luan space was huge. Even a large sailboat wouldn't be a problem, let alone a small boat. Tiger Love pulled Lei Xingfeng from the foot of the mountain and landed on the small boat. He smiled. Did you steal it? Mad Eagle said. Do I need to steal a small boat? I bought it. It's not like it's valuable. The small boat was complete. Tiger Love said, I'll row it. As he spoke, he had already reached the back of the boat and grabbed the paddle. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but smile. Mad Eagle asked curiously, What's wrong? Why are you laughing? Lei Xingfeng said, I think the paddle won't be able to support his strength. Pa! The paddle broke in two. Tiger Love was stunned. He said, Damn, this thing isn't strong. Old Eagle, the thing you bought isn't strong enough. I don't have a spare paddle. Feng Ying said, Why don't you make a paddle? This mountain is full of iron ore. I think it'll be easy to make a paddle. He seemed to be taking pleasure in Feng Ying's misfortune. Lei Xingfeng turned his wrist, and a steel paddle appeared. He raised his hand and threw it. He said, Catch. Mad Eagle was shocked. This, you actually brought a steel paddle with you. Xi and Feng laughed. It's a wooden paddle left behind. We can't use it at all, not to mention that you're all eighth ringed. Even if I was a Miloon master, it would break with a bit of force. So I prepared a steel paddle. Tiger Love set up the steel paddle. With a light pull, the boat shot out like an arrow. He laughed. This is good. After circling the lake, the boat returned to the water at the foot of the mountain. Mad Eagle asked, What else do you want us to do? Lei Xingfeng smiled. Wait, we'll wait here. Neither Mad Eagle nor Tiger Love asked what they were waiting for. If you wanted to wait, then so be it. The two sat down. Mad Eagle said, Tiger, get some fresh fish. Lei Xingfeng said, Shrimp. Well, I'll cook a dish. Fried shrimp. It'll be delicious. Sherhu shook his head. I don't have a net, and I don't know how to fish. Old Eagle, you do it. Feng Ying said, Idiot, you don't even know how to catch fish. Sherhu said, Of course I don't know how to catch fish. You're smart. Go catch one. I don't either. Feng Ying said, nonchalantly. Sherhu glared at him. Then why did you call me stupid? I didn't say I was smart. Mad Eagle said. Tiger Love was rendered speechless. He pointed at Mad Eagle and said, this is the first time I've seen you so shameless. Feng Ying chuckled. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but shake his head. This was the first time he had seen the two of them bicker like this. He could tell that they were close. He sighed and said, Fine, I'll do it myself. Looks like I'm the smart one, he said narcissistically. Mad Eagle and Tiger Love rolled their eyes. Lei Xingfeng not only had a steel paddle, he also had a fishing net in his hidden Luan space. However, he didn't plan to use it. Instead, he went to the side of the boat, reached into the lake, and released an electric current. In an instant, fish of all sizes floated up around the fishing boat. He said, "Fish." The efficiency of the electric current was very high. A large number of fish were knocked out in one hit. The lake within 100 meters was filled with unconscious fish. Feng Ying and Shihu's eyes widened. They never thought that fishing would be so easy. All they had to do was grab the fish, and they could even pick and choose. Feng Ying gave a thumbs up. Impressive, impressive. Catching fish is too easy. Shihu, let's fish. No fisherman dared to come here, so there was an abundance of fish. There were all kinds of fish, and many of them were big. After fishing up a bunch of fish, there were also many large lake prawns. Lei Xingfeng picked and chose. He threw the fish he didn't need back into the lake and kept the fish he needed. The electric current he released was very precise. It only knocked out the fish and didn't kill them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have seen a single fish. They would probably have turned into ashes in the lake. He only took the flesh of the big fish and threw away the rest. As for the lake prawns that were as thick as a thumb, he picked out the prawns that were about the same size. He cut off the prawns and put them aside. He took out pots and pans as well as a charcoal stove. Lei Xingfeng had already put these things in his hidden Luan space. They were all necessities. Lei Xingfeng even prepared 3 sets. Having food but no stove was a painful thing. In Mad Eagle and Tiger Love's hidden Luan space, there were actually all kinds of utensils and cooking utensils. Of course, since Lei Xingfeng took them out, they didn't have to worry. Moreover, the two of them weren't good at cooking. If someone was cooking, even if it was their young master, they wouldn't help. Their cooking skills were really not presentable. Braised fish, fried prawns, cut a large pot of beef and salted meat, and a large pot of rice. With Lei Xingfeng's speed, it was done very quickly. His cooking skills weren't that good, but after all, he had the foundation from his previous life. No matter how much he cooked, it was much better than Mad Eagle and Tiger Love. He was still depressed in his heart. There were cooking experts in this world. When he went to Shirong Land, he met Jean de Pang. He was the real culinary expert. Even Lei Xingfeng admired him a lot. The simple dishes were very fresh, and the taste was quite good. The 3 of them were all gluttons. They had stomachs that ordinary people couldn't compete with. In one meal, they finished all the food. Mad Eagle wiped his greasy mouth and said, "Delicious!" Tiger Love sighed and said, "Old Eagle, in the future, we'll eat ready-made food. It's much better than the food we cooked ourselves." Lei Xingfeng was puzzled. Am I the master, or are you the masters? After the meal, the 3 of them chatted at the bow of the boat. Lei Xingfeng took the opportunity to ask about his master and grandmaster and to understand the situation. For 4 consecutive days, it was sunny. Lei Xingfeng waited very patiently. Fortunately, there was no shortage of food. The 3 of them cultivated on the boat, chatted when they had nothing to do, or swam in the lake. Their days were very leisurely. On the morning of the 5th day, when Lei Xingfeng woke up, he found that it was a foggy day. The thick white fog was so thick that it couldn't be seen from a few meters away. He immediately became excited. Was it going to rain? Who knew that in the afternoon the fog would dissipate and the weather would become clear again? Lei Xingfeng was so angry that his face turned green. He couldn't help but mutter, "What the hell? Isn't this a stormy area? The weather is good. It's even more sunny than Ripple Origin City. What the hell? Why don't you let it rain?" Mad Eagle and Tiger Love saw that Lei Xingfeng's expression wasn't good. The two of them tried their best to change the topic, even though they didn't know why Lei Xingfeng was unhappy. In the afternoon, Lei Xingfeng sat on the side of the boat, bored to death. His two legs were in the lake, and he stared blankly into the distance. He was still thinking in his heart, I wonder where Yi went. Oh, Yi is very strong, so he shouldn't be in any danger. It's just that little sister. I wonder where she is. Aslan actually took little sister away. I wonder if the people of Ripple Origin City can find Aslan's sect. Mad Eagle suddenly flew into the air, followed by Tiger Love. Lei Xingfeng was instantly alarmed. He looked up and said, Uncle Ling, Uncle Tiger, what's wrong? Soon, Mad Eagle landed and said, 6 galleons are coming. Lei Xingfeng said, They're coming towards us. Tiger Love also landed and said, That's right, they're coming towards us. Lei Xingfeng said, Are they passing by? Mad Eagle shook his head and said, I don't know, but they shouldn't be a threat. Hee, if they don't have eyes, then it's going to be fun. The three of them were bored out of their minds. Something was better than nothing. Lei Xingfeng suddenly laughed. He said, It's only been 5 days. Let's wait a few more days. Sigh, what we're waiting for won't come. It's definitely not what we want. Tiger Love said, That's really profound. I don't understand. Mad Eagle also said, I don't understand either. Hee, it's too profound. Lei Xingfeng was so angry that he wanted to hit them, but the 2 guards were much stronger than him. He couldn't beat them. He said angrily, Stupid, you can't even understand such simple words. To put it simply, you don't get what you want, but you get what you don't want. The 2 of them deliberately angered him. They shook their heads and said, I don't understand. Lei Xingfeng was so angry that he scolded, Go to hell! I'm so angry! The 2 of them suddenly laughed. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but laugh. He said, Sigh, so annoying. Hee. Soon, the galleons appeared. Lei Xingfeng looked carefully and said doubtfully, It seems like they're coming for us. Strange, there shouldn't be any ships here. We haven't seen any ships in the past few days, but suddenly 6 galleons appeared. The sky suddenly darkened. Dark clouds rolled in the sky. Lei Xingfeng looked up at the sky. He said in surprise, It's cloudy. It looks like it's going to rain. Ha! He suddenly became excited. Mad Eagle and Tiger Love didn't understand. What was there to be happy about when it was raining? The faint sound of thunder could be heard. Lei Xingfeng became even more excited. The Luan Yinli in his body was crazily rotating. His cultivation level actually increased by a level. Mad Eagle and Tiger Love looked at each other. The 2 of them already felt that something was wrong. They just didn't know what was wrong. They couldn't help but become more alert. The galleons were about a few 100 meters away. They suddenly spread out and surrounded them. They quickly flew over. Lei Xingfeng's gaze turned from the horizon to the galleons. He didn't see the people at the front of the galleons. He couldn't help but curse. They're really haunting us. He actually saw a few people wearing masks. Mad Eagle and Tiger Love also saw them. Mad Eagle said, Masked men? Lei Xingfeng nodded. I don't know what they did to me. They actually managed to track us here, Tiger Love said. And since they followed us here, there's no need for them to leave. Old Eagle, think of a way to find their base and destroy them. Since they dared to chase after Little Master, they had to face a merciless massacre. Lei Xingfeng nodded. This organization is very annoying. They're like mad dogs. Once they bite, they won't let go. Mad Eagle said, It's okay. Just leave it to us. The galleons quickly surrounded the galleons. There were 6 galleons. They were all about 30 meters long. Each galleon could carry about 200 people. It was obvious how important this was. Lei Xingfeng also noticed that the masks on the galleons changed again. One of them was wearing a golden mask. Two of them were wearing silver masks. The rest were wearing red, blue, black, and green masks. Chapter 141. Mad Eagle's expression changed slightly. He said, "They're not weak. They have 7th and 6th ring sages. Are there any 8th ring sages?" Tiger Love said, "No, the strongest is the guy with the golden mask. 7th ring, there's no doubt about it." Lei Xingfeng said, "Mother Asterisker, they're so ruthless. They actually sent 7th and 6th ring sages to deal with the 4th ring sages. They really think too highly of me. If it weren't for Mad Eagle and Tiger Love, Lei Xingfeng wouldn't be a match at all." However, the maskers also made a mistake. They didn't expect that there would be 2 8th ring sages here. They thought that even if Lei Xingfeng found helpers, it would be amazing if he could find 1 or 2 6th ring sages. They didn't know that Lei Xingfeng wasn't from a large sect, but a secret sect passed down from a mysterious master, an expert with 7 true ring bodies. Even if he couldn't sweep through a large sect, defeating a large sect wasn't a problem. Furthermore, it was almost impossible for him to fail to kill a true master with 4 true ring bodies. It could also be said that the maskers' organization hated Xinfeng to the bone, or else they wouldn't have sent such an expert to kill him. Mad Eagle said, "This organization should be very strong. They can easily mobilize 7th and 6th ring sages. The headquarters should have more experts. Yes, we also need to recruit experts. If we want to wipe out a sect, we need to be well prepared." Tiger Love said, "Just borrow a few experts." Mad Eagle said, "Yes, when this battle is over, I'll go back." "That's him. That's him." A man with a blue mask shouted. He pointed at Lei Xingfeng and shouted to the man with a golden mask. Lei Xingfeng laughed when he heard the voice. He said, "A loser like you still has the face to come back." The man in the golden mask took a step forward and said coldly, "Little guy, you've got guts. I'll give you a way out. Surrender. You won't be able to escape. Since you're talented, as long as you're loyal to our organization, I'll spare your life," he said condescendingly. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but laugh and said, "You seem to have me in your grasp. If I don't surrender, will you kill me?" The blue-masked man said, "You're dead." Lei Xingfeng said, "It's hard to say who will die. I let you escape last time, but I don't think so this time." The sky became even gloomier. Suddenly, there was a flash of light. The sound of rolling thunder came from the distance. Amidst the rumbling, rain began to fall. Lei Xingfeng stretched out his hand, and a few raindrops hit his palm. He smiled. "It's raining." The man with the golden mask saw Lei Xingfeng's nonchalant attitude and couldn't help but shout angrily, "Men, go capture him." A man with a silver mask beside him said, "I'll do it. This little guy is really stubborn." This was a true master with 6 true ring bodies. Against Lei Xingfeng, it was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. The man with the silver mask flew from the bow and pounced over. Lei Xingfeng couldn't tell how many rings he had, but if he could fly, then he was at least a true ringmaster. This wasn't something he could defend against. He wasn't that stupid. He said, "I'll let you have him." Foaming pounced at the sound. Tiger Love said, "Don't worry. Old Eagle will take care of him." Lei Xingfeng smiled. "Of course." The man with the silver mask flew up. Everyone on the ship relaxed, especially the man with the gold mask. He felt that the organization was making a fuss over nothing. For a true ringmaster, they actually brought a true ringmaster, 2 true ringmasters, and a bunch of other true ringmasters. watching the man with the silver mask charge towards the ship. He said, "This guy is finished. Hee hee." Before his laughter disappeared, he saw another person fly up from the ship. He was shocked. "HM? What's going on?" A true ringmaster who could fly was at least a true ringmaster. How could the other side have someone who could fly? Before the man with the gold mask could react, the fight was over. In terms of battle, Mad Eagle and Tiger Love were extremely experienced. Both of them had been through cruel battles. It wasn't a big deal to fight the people here. Moreover, their opponents were much weaker than them. A true ringmaster and a true ringmaster. The two couldn't be compared at all. Instant kill. There was a dazzling flash of light. It was the reflection of metal. In that flash, the two crossed each other. The man with the silver mask was still flying in the air for a while before his body suddenly broke. He let out a hurried cry. It was a very strange sound. Blood spurted out, and he fell from the sky. He was cut in half at the waist. Mad Eagle didn't even look back. He pounced on the enemy's ship. The man with the gold mask shouted, "Stop him!" Of course, he knew something was wrong. To be able to kill a true ringmaster in one move, he definitely wasn't a true ringmaster. Even he wasn't sure he could kill a true ringmaster in one move. The man with the gold mask suddenly understood that this was a trap, waiting for them to take the bait. Boom! One of the ships shattered. In just one move, the gold mask and silver mask had already fled into the air. The ship they were on was completely destroyed. The two were scared into turning around and running. The two understood that this person definitely wasn't a true ringmaster. He was at least a true ringmaster. What a joke! And true ringmaster with a true ringmaster's name was definitely a top fighter. Mad Eagle roared, "Tiger, I'll leave the rest to you. These two are mine." He chased after the two. Lei Xingfeng was also seeing Mad Eagle in action for the first time. He was very shocked. This was too sharp, killing people like slaughtering chickens. Tiger Love laughed. "I'll go destroy their ship. Don't let them escape." Lei Xingfeng was speechless. These two were indeed strong. He nodded. "Okay, go." He couldn't go up and kill them. He couldn't swim across the lake. Tiger Love flew out. The gold mask saw this from afar and was scared out of his wits. There was already an 8-ring master. Could it be that the enemy was hiding an 8-ring master? What kind of person did they offend? He didn't have any hope left. His only thought was to escape. He was already a 7-ring master. If he died here, it wouldn't be worth it. Boom, boom, boom. Tiger Love didn't target any cultivators. He only targeted the ships. To him, destroying a ship in one move was a very easy thing to do. The people on the ships jumped into the water. Staying on the ships was suicide. As long as they were on the ships, they would be destroyed together with the ship. After attacking 5 times, 5 ships were destroyed. Including the ship that Feng Ying destroyed, all 6 ships were destroyed. Only a few people were smart enough to jump into the water. Those who stayed on the ships didn't survive. They were destroyed along with the ships. Even a 6th-ring swordsman couldn't block this attack, let alone them. No matter what defense they used, it was useless. Shihu only attacked 5 times before turning back. He landed on the bow of the boat and said, "You can't even take a hit." Xian Feng smiled bitterly. 8th-ringed true masters rarely made a move on this continent. They were mostly used to intimidate others. Once an 8th-ring true master was used, it would be a situation where one side would fight to the death. Of course, now that he was fighting to the death, there was no way for him to compromise. There were still many people left on the lake. They were all those who jumped into the water first. Lei Xingfeng suddenly noticed a guy. He said, "That guy, the guy in the blue mask, catch him." Tiger Love glanced and said, "That 4-ring sage? Okay, I'll catch him." Soon, Tiger Love caught the man. A 4-ring sage couldn't fight against Tiger Love at all. After catching him, Tiger Love crushed his limbs and threw him to the bow of the boat to prevent him from resisting. He said, "Do you have a grudge against him?" Xian Feng spoke. "It can't be considered a grudge. I just fought with him last time, and he swore that I was dead for sure. Hee hee." Tiger Love grabbed the man's mask and said, "A bunch of shameful people. Why are you wearing masks?" Xian Feng spoke. "I'm curious as well. For some reason I got into trouble with these things, and then they're like mad dogs, not letting me go at all. I don't understand. Why are they so tyrannical?" Tiger Love smiled. "Don't be surprised. This kind of shady organization has always been domineering. Hee hee, but they probably didn't expect to get into such big trouble. Hee hee, let's see if Old Eagle can catch that 7-ring sage. If he can, maybe we can find their nest. We'll go play then." Lei Xingfeng squatted down and patted the man's face. He smiled and said, "Hey, we meet again. What's your name?" The man looked at Lei Xingfeng in despair. Mad Eagle's thunderous attack just now had scared him out of his wits. He was too strong and was not something a sage of his level could resist. Even the ancestors in the organization were running for their lives, so he was nothing. It was not surprising that he was caught. Although he had lost all hope of survival, the man was still very stubborn. He gritted his teeth and stared at Lei Xingfeng. His eyes were full of hatred and resentment. It was chilling. Tiger Love said, "This man won't say anything. Let's just kill him. Well, if we let him go, he'll take revenge by hook or by crook. Even if we're not afraid of him, we'll be annoyed to death by him." He knew very well that this man hated Lei Xingfeng to death. Lei Xingfeng sighed. "Why do you have to do this? Forget it. I won't ask. Kill them all, and my heart will be at peace." His palm flickered, and a ray of light hit the man's body. In an instant, the man turned to ashes. Sherhu smiled. "Let's have Old Eagle interrogate him later." Lei Xingfeng looked at the torrential rain, and his mood suddenly became very good. Although this was not the time to cultivate, he knew that he had found a good place. At the very least, he could raise his strength to 5-ring. It shouldn't be a problem. Tiger Love looked at the people who were running for their lives and said, "Those people, are you going to let them go?" Lei Xingfeng said without hesitation, "Kill them. Leaving them alive is also a disaster." Although these people were running for their lives, Lei Xingfeng did not have 2 experts to protect him. These people would definitely be like wolves and tigers. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.